Welcome. This is the Jordan School District Board of Education meeting. Today is Tuesday, March 29th. We are at the JATC South building, and we have with us, starting on this end, our attorney, Mr. Van Komen, board member Daryl Robinson, Jen Atwood, Bryce Dunford, Tracy Miller, Marilyn Richards, and Matt Young, our superintendent, Anthony Godfrey, and our business administrator, John Larson. We would like to excuse Ms. Nikki George tonight and also Mr. Michael Anderson, and would also just like to note that as a board and administration, everyone is always very committed to attend board meetings and plans their schedules around it. And in this case, we ended up changing the board meeting somewhat at the last minute in order to accommodate the political caucus meetings. And in such, a couple of our members had already made plans. So we will excuse them tonight. We are excited tonight to have Fort Harriman Middle School here with us. Welcome. We will start with a Pledge of Allegiance and flag ceremony led by Gabe Geertsen and the student body officers. And then we will have a reverence by Mr. Price, the principal, and then a presentation celebrating Fort Harriman Middle School by Kaylee Olson.
We are Fort Harriman, and we're going to do the Pledge of Allegiance. So if the audience could please rise. And the color guard could march forward. Audience, please salute. Repeat the pledge after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Color guard, post colors. Color guard dismissed. You guys may be seated.
Before we do our reverence, I just want to show gratitude to our students who are resilient as things change. They make adjustments and make things work. And I appreciate them as things change for our flag ceremony today, that they were able to make it work today and did a very good job. So for our reverence today, I'll say a little prayer. Our Father in heaven, we are grateful for this opportunity that we have to come together today to work together as community members who have a general interest in our students and in the children and youth of this community. We pray that Thou wilt help us to know the right things to do, to be able to help them physically, mentally, and emotionally, to be able to provide for their needs. We pray for the board that as they sacrifice and dedicate so much time and energy, that they might have their needs met, that they might be inspired to know of how they can help those young minds and the teachers and administration and support staff that are trying to help them. We are grateful for their time and for their energy and for the teachers and the love that they have for their students. And we say these things and do so in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Hello, Jordan School District Board members. Thank you for having us here tonight as guests. My name is Callie Olson from Harriman, and I attend Fort Harriman Middle School. As a student body officer, it is my pleasure to share with you some of the accomplishments of our amazing school. First, I'd like to share a couple of reasons why I love Fort Harriman. I love Fort Harriman because of all the ways they help include students and our community. Fort Harriman is always having fun games and ways for us to have fun but still learn. One thing I especially love is that Fort Harriman gives us a certain time in the day to retake tests and get our grades up. I love that at Fort Harriman we have lots of fun but still learn and grow. I have loved all 3 years I have been here at Fort Harriman. At Fort Harriman we have a really great club called Culture Crew. The Culture Crew is made up of people of all different backgrounds. We love it because they set up activities and events that help the students understand and appreciate all the different cultures that are represented at our school. It's been fun to learn from them, and they have helped to build unity in our school community. Another great club we'd like to highlight is our Choose Kind Club. Choose Kind is made up of students in a leadership class. The Choose Kind students help to set an example of kindness, inclusion, and love to all students at Fort Harriman. It makes a difference to have students who go out of their way to encourage and support everyone. The world needs more kindness, and the Choose Kind Club is helping to spread it at our school. There are 12 student body officers at Fort Harriman. The SBOs play an important role in not only leadership, but especially in one of the biggest events held at our school each year. This event is called Diamondback Give Back and was held in December. This year, for Diamondback Give Back, we hosted students and the community at Fort Harriman for a great fundraiser. Many of the clubs and classes made items to sell or activities to participate in. We had food trucks, beautiful decorations made by our students, and the middle school bands performing. It was such a fun night, and we had a huge community turnout. That night, we raised over $7,000. After the fundraiser, with the money that we earned, our student body officers spent time purchasing new toys for the students at Carisu Hamilton. It was our pleasure to deliver those gifts personally to the students and administrators at Carisu. It truly made giving feel good. The atmosphere at our school is really great. The random K-Fort radio questions and prizes are a highlight. There's always a competition going on in the library, and we have PBIS points that students get when they are good leaders or stand out in class. You can use these points to buy prizes and snacks. Our school focuses on academics, but also works hard to ensure that all students are having fun and feel included. I am proud to be a Fort Harriman Diamondback. Our teachers and staff are incredible, and our students are the best. Thank you for your continued support of our school. We appreciate that the school board and all your time and efforts on our behalf. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I get everyone, you can keep standing, everyone that's here with Fort Harriman, students or parents or administration, please stand. Thank you for being here. It was great to hear about your school. We love Fort Harriman. Can we get all the students, we'd like you to come forward. We've got a pin for you. And you just come forward and start at this end and come down. You can shake hands or fist bump or none of the above if you prefer not to. Thank you. We love to have students here and love to hear about the great things going on in our schools. And we will tell you that you're welcome to stay as long as you want, but also let you know that we're not offended if you end up leaving. It's fine. Okay, next we will have our resolutions of appreciation. Ms. Richards.
Whereas dedicated service to Jordan School District was faithfully and effectively performed, whereas they consistently and conscientiously executed their responsibilities with integrity, honesty, and loyalty, be it therefore resolved that the Jordan School District Board of Education and District Administration declare appreciation for the outstanding service that was performed in the cause of public education, and hereby express our sorrow at the death of these valued friends. John Cannon Brewer, teacher. Sandra Jensen Burton, teacher. Faye Richards Nichols, counseling assistant and lunch assistant. And Jean Fitzgerald Olson, teacher.
Thank you. Next up, we have recognitions by board members. I know Mr. Robinson has one. Do you want to go ahead and start?
Sure, I'll start.
Okay.
First of all, there's more people to recognize than we ever have time for. So I really just appreciate all my schools, and Foothills Elementary, I just want to recognize them. Not only a great presentation, they just recently did a patriotic assembly, but I was able to this week to watch Cherie Wilson, the principal there, do her presentation of her dissertation proposal. And it was really, really awesome to see, you know, how well educated our educational leaders are and how that really blesses our district. And I'm really excited to watch her proposal go. So anyways, I just wanted to give a shout out to a great leader in our schools. So this time I invited the Mountain Ridge DECA Club to come forward if they'd come up front. I'm a DECA kid, so it was a lot of years ago. It was like 42 years ago, but still, once a DECA person, always a DECA person. And I had the opportunity recently to go to their state competition and be a judge for them, and that was really good. But that's not the reason why I wanted to recognize them. They went, in 3 years that Mountain Ridge has been open, they went from non-existent to the largest DECA chapter in the state of Utah. They have over 90 members, 27 of which qualified for nationals in Atlanta, Georgia this year. And that's just phenomenal, just what they did. And so I just wanted to introduce a couple of them. Lauren Winterton, raise your hand, Lauren. You'll see this common with a lot of them. They're involved in both DECA and FBLA and in leadership in both. She's also a Madrigal on tennis team and a women's golf team, and she's going to study business management and go to the University of Utah. That'll make some of you happy. Noah Herdsman is also in DECA and FBLA and has been since he's been a sophomore, and he's qualified for nationals a couple times and also for FBLA nationals, and he's an entrepreneur. So him and Tyler Martin, Tyler, raise your hand, are actually business partners already. And one of the coolest things about being a teacher, and I've taught for well over, almost the same amount as I've been in DECA, is to watch the people that I teach grow up and make a contribution and be owners in our communities and stuff. And so they're already working on plans to open up a business. Noah's going to be serving an LDS mission soon and going to the University of Utah. So Tyler, we had him raise his hand already. He is actually a junior, correct? You're next year's president, so he serves in leadership this time. Also just very active in both FBLA and DECA and running your own business. And I hope that you guys will, give me a little bit of that money that you make. So it is kind of frustrating to be a teacher and seeing your students make a lot more than you. But Lauren Dalton is actually, she's the Utah State DECA president, and she serves over 2,500 students throughout the state. She also competes in both DECA and FBLA, and she's going into finance and hospitality management. Also, I need to be friends with you. She's also a runner-up in the World Language Sterling Scholar, and she's a Chinese club president and has her own tutoring business, which I probably need to sign up for too, and Madrigal. These people are very, very busy. She's going to study both Chinese and business management at BYU this fall. And then last of all, Spencer Post. Spencer is a senior, also an officer in DECA and FBLA. He's going to go to International DECA, and he's in the Civil Air Patrol, and will serve a mission this summer and go to Utah Valley University to study business. Now, as amazing as they are, this is the cool thing. They've recently been working with Kevin Allred and Mayor Palmer and the Harriman City Planning Commission to kind of create like how Harriman can be more smarter in business decisions and bringing in businesses and changing the culture out there. And recently they got together and we talked with them, and they came up with some ideas. They're going to have a podcast where they interview business owners in the community and kind of just try to find ways through social media, they want to do some cultural things to bring the community together on some things. And the cool thing I just wanted to notice is these are just not students in our schools, these are students in our community. And they're making a difference in our community. And one day, they're going to take our places. And they're going to be us. And they'll be running school boards and businesses and all these other things. And I think we're in good hands when you meet people like this and the people that they serve in our schools. There's some pretty incredible people. And I just wanted to recognize them and thank them for their contributions this year and for these many years. And congratulations and good luck. So can you come up and we have a pin for you. Thank you for that. They're representative of great people in all of our schools, I know.
Okay, anyone else? Ms. Atwood?
I have several, so I'll try to be quick. I do apologize. So I just want to give a big kudos to West Jordan Middle School. 8th grade students went to state and took first place for We the People. They were very excited about that, and obviously just a lot of work put in by Miss May, Mr. Shields, and of course the students. So we also did have a teacher that was being recognized at Oker Elementary by the Sheriff's Office and Unified Police. They did honor the hero in the classroom, Christine Parker. She's a 25-hour aide in the kindergarten class at Oker Elementary. She helps with the Walk to Read groups, and not only is she a huge asset in the classroom, but she was very instrumental during COVID, doing online classes and helping with meals for the students. West Jordan Elementary invited me to their Lion King play that they put on. They were so excited to finally be able to share that play, and unfortunately some students had moved to the middle school because this was supposed to be put on 2 years ago. What a great production, and the students just did a fantastic job. If you were not smiling and sitting in the audience, there must have been something wrong with you. The costumes were amazing, and just a wonderful activity to be a part of. I also was able to attend a choir performance, and when I say this, I'm not discounting any other choir performances, but it was much more than a choir performance because it was called Broadway Kids, and they had a musical review, and they did many songs from different Broadway performances, and it was so fun. Again, they were students that this was canceled 2 years ago, so they were just thrilled to be able to participate and perform. So I was also privileged to be a part of a wonderful professional development this last Friday. The professional development was put on by GIAC, Jordan Ethnic Advisory Committee, and LCS, Language Cultural Services. And the title of the professional development was What I Wish You Knew. We had some parents, students from Copper Hills, BSU, West Jordan High School, LIA, and I just want to say thank you to those people that did participate. Thank you for your bravery, honesty, and your time. We also had an author from Sarah Noel Wilson, and she's the author of Don't Feed the Elephants. Sarah spoke about how to address the elephant in the room, which is avoidance. She also talked about how to be curious instead of furious, and how in our own roles rather how to be curious, not furious, in our own roles rather than passing the blame. And when it comes to our BIPOC community, we must do better, and I'm looking forward for ways in which we can do so. Thank you.
I do.
Ms.
if you don't.
Richards?
I thought you
Okay.
had a whole list.
Oh, I do, but go ahead.
I'll just be quick, but Ms. Miller and I were able to go to the musical at Bingham High School, Catch Me If You Can. It was very well done and displayed, of course, amazing, talented students. But it was also very comfortable to sit in the newly renovated auditorium, and it's beautiful. And I just love going to different events at Bingham High School. Also, I've attended several school community councils, and the thing that I get from those this late in the year is that they're working so hard on their trust lands applications and their TSSA funds and trying to get those put in the right spots. But what each one was emphasizing, especially on the elementary level, of course, is the district literacy launch, and specifically the Walk to Read. And I'm so impressed with what they're doing with that, and they all tell me it's working very well and making a difference, and so I love that. All the schools are working on their trust lands, and so we look forward to seeing those soon. South Jordan Middle School also talked about their initiative to increase cultural awareness in their school, and their theme this year is Stronger Together, Stronger Forever, and that's their focus. And they're currently working on a solidarity statement as well as a focus and mission statement that will include unity, kindness, and respect, and school as a safe place. And I really applaud their efforts in that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, it is musical season, and I wish I could go to every school's musicals. They really are so much fun. And besides Bingham, I also attended South Jordan Elementary's musical, and they did Seussical Junior, which is always fun. They did it in the round, which was so creative. And just want to congratulate Director Alan LaFleur. I should put my glasses on. Alan LaFleur, music director Nancy Hopkins, and costume set and prop designer Diane Whitroper. They put in countless hours. But then especially congratulate the students on a job very well done. I was able to spend some time in Miss Sundell's special education class at South Jordan Elementary, and it was a delightful experience. We had a Q&A session in which they asked me questions, and I was able to learn more about the special ed program there at South Jordan Elementary, but thank that class for the welcome and love that they shared that day. And then I spent time in another class here at the JATC. It was a teacher education class. And Brenda Staley is the teacher there. She does a fantastic job. But just for people that don't know, there is a class designed to introduce students to the field of education. So if students are interested in becoming teachers, there is a class here at JATC that they can take and learn more about classroom management, assessment. They also have a practicum so that they can gain experience. But I was invited into that class to talk about the role of school board and the policy-making process, and then spent another hour and a half talking to those students. And wow, some tough questions and some great conversations. And watch out, education world. We've got some very bright students coming your way. Okay, anyone else? All right, superintendent's recognition.
Thank you. Just a couple of quick items. I share your enthusiasm for the events we attended together that you've already mentioned. I will mention the teacher education class here at JATC South. I hired all of them on the spot. So 4 years from now, we have a few slots already filled. They really were a remarkable group, and we recorded a podcast episode that'll come out soon. There's actually competition associated with that program. There are teaching competitions that I hope to attend next year, and we have Some of the teams, all the teams had great experiences and learned a lot. Some of those teams will be traveling to compete at the national level, which is really exciting. So kudos to that group, and it's exciting to see that program in place. I also want to thank everyone associated with Unified Sports. We had a great basketball tournament up at Weber State that I was able to attend on Saturday. The First Lady had a reception and a press conference where we got to hear from some of the athletes. And then I got to see competition. I even got to run with the team through the tunnel. I did not seem worthy of that. It felt like I hadn't earned that right through practice, but it was fun to be part of that. I ran in with the Riverton team. Harriman and Bingham were also there. I got to talk with each of the coaches. And man, we have some great individuals working with those teams. Some tremendous unified partners, students who are on the team with our students with special needs, and just awesome competition. The president of Weber State was there. I got to speak with him, and he's very supportive. And it was just, we have great coaches. As I said, Harriman, Riverton, and Bingham were there. Great coaches who just want to be a part of it. Some don't even teach at the school they represent. Some are special education teachers, some aren't. They just all care about those kids and those teams. So that's a preview, because we're going to have that throughout our district, but that's what's already happening, and it was a thrill to be part of that, and really exciting to see such support there for those teams. The governor said it well when he spoke. He said, this is better than any March Madness. It's the best set of basketball games to watch. No disappointments in those games, only excitement. So anyway, thanks to everyone. Amanda Bollinger and Kim Lloyd were there from special ed. It was nice to see them there supporting as well. They've done a tremendous amount of work to make sure that this goes well and to prepare for next year. And there are some other things happening this spring that we'll keep you aware of. But I'm really excited about that unified sports effort. I'm excited about Jordan Education Foundation's support and the Board of Education's support for those efforts. And again, all of the individuals involved, parents, students, coaches, assistants, the First Lady and her team's support for this, and all of the corporate sponsors. There are just a lot of people to thank, and it's an exciting effort, and a great result, and a lot of fun. So, and I kept my goal of not tripping as I ran through the tunnel, so worked out. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up we need to accept our consent agenda. Oh, nope. We need to approve our consent agenda. Can I get a motion?
President Miller, I move that we approve the consent agenda, which will officially name our new elementary school.
A second? Okay, we'll have a motion by Mr. Dunford, second by Mr. Robinson to approve our consent agenda, items A through C, which also includes the official name of our new elementary school in Harriman of Oak Leaf Elementary. All in favor, please say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Is there anyone opposed? And that motion passes unanimously. Next, I need a motion to accept consent agenda items A through E.
I'll make a motion to accept consent agenda items A through E.
Okay, motion by Ms. Atwood, second by Ms. Richards to accept consent agenda items A through E. All in favor of that motion, please say yes.
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 Anyone opposed? And that motion passes unanimously. Next up, we have a slew of bids, and I will try to group these. Let's take A through E together.
I can make that bid, but or that motion, but I would like in the motion to recognize that new elementary is now Oak Leaf Elementary. So I'll make the motion that we accept items A through E, Chromebook and Google licenses.
Okay, motion by Mr. Robinson and second by Ms. Richards to approve bid items A through E. And those are Chromebooks and Google licenses for Oakleaf Elementary, Black Ridge Elementary, Copper Mountain Middle School, Bingham High School, and Mountain Ridge High School. Is there any discussion to that motion? Okay, all in favor, please say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Anyone opposed? And that motion passes unanimously. I'll take a motion for F.
I make the motion to accept the bid for office furniture for Bingham High School.
I'll second. Sorry.
Jen's got it.
Okay, motion by Ms. Richards, second by Ms. Atwood to approve the bid for office furniture for Bingham High School. And just to note, this is coming out of their school equipment funds. And this is furniture as part of their whole remodel project. Is that correct? Okay. Is there any discussion to that motion? All right, all in favor, please say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? And that motion passes unanimously.
This is mine, right?
Okay, motion for G.
Yeah, I want a motion that we buy white copy paper.
I'll second that.
It is my favorite bid. And by the way, working as a custodian at Mountain Ridge High School, I actually got to move the white copy paper, and they do have a lot of copy paper. It's amazing on how much copy paper we go through, but
It is amazing considering we do so much for electronically now.
yeah.
Okay, motion by Mr. Robinson, second by Ms. Atwood to approve the bid for white copy paper. Is there any discussion to that motion? All in favor, please say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? That motion passes unanimously.
Look forward to the colored copy paper bid coming.
Right. Okay, let's take H and I together.
I'd prefer to do them separate, please.
All right, let's take them separate. Can I get a motion for H?
I'll make a motion for insurance services, voluntary vision insurance.
I second.
Okay, motion by Ms. Atwood, second by Mr. Dunford to approve the bid for insurance services, voluntary vision insurance. Is there any discussion to that motion? Okay, all in favor, please say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? That motion passes unanimously. Can I get a motion for I?
I move that we approve the bid for insurance services for pharmacy benefit manager.
Second.
A motion by Mr. Dunford, second by Ms. Atwood to approve the bid for insurance services pharmacy benefit manager. Is there any discussion to that motion?
Yeah, I've got a couple questions. Who is Truveris, and what role did they play in this bid?
Truveris is a company that specializes in pharmacy analytics that we work with to go through pharmacy processes. And they have, as part of their services, a bid platform for analyzing pharmacy.
And how do they establish their independence from all of these entities that they collect bids from?
They are actually, in some terms, you could call them an auditor of these groups. They review these groups and analyze their data. They're not paid by these groups.
But how do we know that they're independent of any and all of them?
How do I know Truveris is independent of these groups?
Yeah, I mean, and do they certify that they're independent of them? We know if they have any relationships? And how did we select Truveris to help us with this?
My recollection is Truveris was selected a couple years ago in our help of reviewing pharmacy processes, and this is just something they specialize in, so they were asked to help us with this.
And then what do they do to ensure their independence from all of these bidders?
I don't know that specifically. I don't know. They're a completely separate company that just does this as a business model for companies across the country in analyzing pharmacy claims, analytics, services, things that pharmacies do.
And do we know, so we really don't know what their level of independence is?
Well, I've not spoken directly with them about that. They were a hired company separate from that, and part of their business is going after pharmacy benefit companies and indicating, look, you're doing this wrong. The company that hired you to do X, Y, Z, and you're not doing X, Y, Z. You need to change that. So that model would be a little weird if they were connected to them, because that's their whole business, is analyzing and holding to account these pharmacy companies.
And what fee did they receive for their consulting for us, for this project?
Was there a specific fee for it, Cheryl? Do you want to come up? My recollection is it's just part of the service.
So it's actually written into the RFP that their fee, which is approximately $25,000, is that it's paid for through the PBM.
So all of these companies bidding, they're the ones who actually pay Truveris
They agree.
after they win the bid?
And Truveris is like a watchdog. They actually don't just stop at the RFP process. They help implement the contract for what everybody agreed to do during the RFP, because it's a very complicated process to make sure that they actually contract includes everything they said they would do in the RFP. And then they monitor them throughout the life of the contract to make sure all the performance guarantees are done, the different rates for the drugs, the rebates, everything else is what was written into the contract, which is what they agreed to do on the RFP, and that they held them accountable for it. And if they don't perform as they say, or the contracts aren't being administered as they say, then they actually go after those particular PBMs and they refund the difference and they recoup those penalties, and those come back to the district plan.
And all of those, and the 25,000 is just for their service for the bid process?
And for the monitoring the contracts.
For the life of the contract. And this contract is for how long?
5 years.
And is the 9 million an annual number, or is that over the 5 years?
9 million's annual.
And so, is there any deviation? Does the committee have any ability, was there any discussion to deviate from Truveris's recommendation, or was it basically, here's Truveris's template, their rubric, and we'll go with the highest on there? Tell me about the deliberations from the committee.
Truveris just provided us with data. They gave us a bunch of analytics, and yes or no, the company will do this, won't do this. They follow these processes, they don't follow those processes. And then the committee took from that and analyzed those responses for scores on their own.
Truvest didn't score it, they just provide the data, and then we went through and scored it. And if we had any questions, they would answer those particular questions. If we didn't understand some of the matrix, they would explain that to us, but they didn't choose.
So I'm curious, you say that Express Scripts scored higher on both customer service and costs. I'm shocked that they scored highest on customer service. What was customer service based on, and how much higher were they than anybody else? I mean, if that's the best customer service we have, it's pretty poor.
So customer service was a grouping of several data points provided, and
what were those data points?
What was there? 31 of them.
31 different data points involving
to how they handle calls, what they do, how they help people, how they process things, history. I will say, Express Scripts didn't score the highest on customer service. They scored higher than the other firm that scored second, the overall scoring company.
So that's not the best customer service provider.
There were other companies on the bid that had a higher score within customer service, but when all the scores were tabulated, Express Scripts was the highest scoring. And within the customer service score, they were higher than the second highest overall scoring company.
And what discussion did the committee have with regards to weighting customer service versus cost when it comes to what's most important to the members of our plan?
Yeah, we had a very long discussion about customer service and the cost element on this, and we went around the room actually and even asked, what are your experiences? What are you hearing? Are you comfortable with this? We even had some say it was phenomenal, that their experience was great, and that they really had great experiences with Express Scripts.
But that's not my question. My question is, when you discuss the weight of customer service versus cost in comparing all of these, how did that matrix come in? Was it 50-50? Was it we're going to value cost 75-25? What was
the weighting?
Yeah.
Oh, I think.
It was 40% and 40%.
Was it 40-40?
Then what was the other 20?
Adherence to all of the terms. So terms was 20%. And then the grouping of customer service, which included customer service performance guarantees, network disruption, formulary disruption, anything that could basically disrupt or impact the employee was 40%. And then the different cost matrix were 40%.
Okay.
Or any further discussion? All right, all in favor of the motion to approve the bid for Insurance Services Pharmacy Benefit Manager to be awarded to Express Scripts, please say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed, please say no.
No.
All right, that motion passes 5-1. I will take a bid for letter J, a motion for letter J.
I'll make a motion for teaching and learning skill struck licenses.
Okay, motion by Ms. Atwood, second by Ms. Richards to approve the bid for teaching and learning skill struck licenses. This bid provides licenses for all of our elementary schools and is being paid for out of a USBE Computer Science grant and STEM Action Center grant. Is there any discussion to the motion? I have one question. Can you,
Want Carolyn to come up?
yes, whoever. Just, I'm curious how this fits in with our current, is this a, oh, never mind. I was thinking about something different. This is a STEM software,
does.
right?
Science.
Yep. This is
And
specifically for
science, okay.
coding. So to get coding into our elementary schools. We've been doing that STEM program for the past couple of years, and our kids are asking to learn to actually code, so we're excited to bring this to them.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Is there any other discussion to that motion? All in favor, please say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Anyone in favor, anyone opposed, please say no. And that motion passes unanimously. I'll now take a motion for bid K.
I move that we approve the transportation bid for new buses, new special ed buses.
All right, a motion by Mr. Dunford, second by Ms. Richards to approve the bid for new buses. Is there a discussion to that motion? All right, this bid is to purchase 4 new special education buses.
Just to note that these are not replacements, this is an addition to our fleet.
And what are these, what fuel are these?
They're diesel. I think
They're
it's,
just their traditional buses?
Yeah.
Diesel,
Okay.
I think. Let me see
Why
here.
don't we let them answer the question?
It said it in.
Sure, come on up and answer, Mr. Thomas.
These are clean diesel burning buses.
Okay. Any other discussion to that motion?
Don't go away, Scott. So why did we go diesel and not natural gas or electric? Sorry.
Here comes the real expert.
I just wanted to give you an opportunity to speak.
The reason being, natural gas bus is about $40,000 more than a diesel bus. And with the new diesel engines, they are almost as clean as natural gas.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you. All in favor of approving the bid for the 4 new buses, please say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Anyone opposed, please say no. Okay, that motion passes unanimously. I will take a motion for L.
I can make the motion to purchase carpet for Oakleaf Elementary School.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Mr. Robinson, second by Ms. Atwood to approve the bid for carpet for Oak Leaf Elementary. Is there discussion to that motion? All right, all in favor, please say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Anyone opposed? That motion passes unanimously. I'll take a motion for M.
I'll make the motion to accept the bid on Westvale Elementary School multi-zone unit replacement Phase 3.
All right, oh, second.
I'll second.
Motion by Ms. Richards, second by Ms. Atwood to approve the bid for Westvale Elementary School multi-zone unit replacement Phase 3. And I might note this is Phase 3 of 3, so this will be the last phase. Is there any discussion to that motion? All in favor, please say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? That motion passes unanimously. I will take a motion for N.
Going to do these individually? Given our discussion in study session, do you want to take these as a group or individual?
I was planning to do it individually. Would the board like to take it as a group?
I think they're all so different that maybe, I don't know.
I'd be happy to do them as a group.
Happy to do it as a group as well.
I can do it either way. I just have a question on one.
Which one?
Harriman, the common fill-ins. My only question on that is, it seems like we're doing that at all schools. I just want to know how many left do we have to do. It's not pertinent to whether or not I'll vote one way or another.
So should we pull that one out and just vote on?
I don't think it needs to be
We
pulled
can,
out.
yeah, we can just do it during the discussion on all of them.
Okay, President
Okay,
Miller,
give me a motion.
given our previous discussion, I don't want anyone to think that we're passing over these quickly because we have not spent time. I can't even tell you the number of hours we've spent on these issues, but given our previous discussion in our study session and lengthy conversations that have happened previously, and the fact that we've been working on these for so long, I move that we approve all summer project bids N through T.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Dunford, second by Mr. Young to approve all of our summer project bids N through T.
So does someone want to answer Daryl's question on T?
And just so the public knows, summer project bids, these are the bids that these are the projects that we plan to do this summer. And it's a process we go through every year. We usually make the decision about a year before and then go through a year-long process, and we're finally at the end of that where the bid will be approved and we can move forward with the project.
Mr. Robinson, would you please repeat your question?
So it just seems like we're moving to a trend of filling in the common areas, and so are we going to do that at other schools? Or are there more schools that we have that?
This is the last of the schools. So we previously have done Copper Hills and Riverton, and so Harriman was our last design like that.
And the reason for that is then it makes the space a little bit more usable.
Yeah, the schools are able to utilize it for more activities. A lot of times they've had to use it as an overflow when their enrollment gets high for the cafeteria. But the ones we've filled in, they've been very pleased with. They've been able to do maybe some of the dance recitals or just small productions out in that area as well. So it seems to be working out very well.
And I just also wanted to put on record that this does go over the budget. We talked about it in our study session. I don't think we have to rehearse it here, but we should put a notation here that if anyone's interested, where the money comes from that's over budget comes from the South Jordan RDA, and they can listen to the study session for more details. I'm very supportive of that.
Thank you for mentioning that. Is there any other discussion of the motion? And then just for the record, this includes Bingham High School's Phase 4 remodel project, a project at Bluffdale Elementary, parking improvements at Elk Meadows Elementary, restroom remodels at Rosamond Elementary, a school stage remodel at Southland Elementary, parking lot improvements at Copper Hills High School, and then filling in the commons area at Harriman High School. And it's been a years-long work to get to this stage, and even more work to get these projects done in a very short window over our summer. Yeah. And very much appreciate our staff for the efforts that they make every year to pull off our summer projects.
Bingham High School will have counseling offices and a tech atrium.
And there has been some question of, especially after this last year, will Bingham High School be done in time? And I should probably let who wants to address that?
A contingency plan if it takes longer than normal. Our contingency plan already set in place if it takes longer than normal.
Yeah,
longer than the summer.
And we anticipate that. You know, that's a big project or a big bite to take in approximately 9 weeks that we have to complete the work. So we're trying to complete about $1 million worth of work each week. We anticipate that there will be some areas that are not done, but we don't have near the concerns this year as we did last year because we're not affecting as many students, the classrooms. Last year, you know, the majority of the classrooms were affected, and that's where we run into the issue with not, you know, delayed having students back into the school. This year, there are a few classrooms that will be affected, and we'll concentrate on those to make sure that they're done when school starts. but we anticipate the media center and the office area will probably will go past when school starts, and we've already had discussions of we may have to temporarily set up the office, maybe on the stage in the auditorium or another location to accommodate the completion of the work. But we don't anticipate any delayed starts or having to have distance learning this year compared to last summer.
Thank you.
That's worth a shout out to Rodney Shaw and his staff who have danced unusual dance.
Any more discussion to the motion? Okay, all in favor of approving the bids for all of our summer projects N through T, please say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? All right, that motion passes unanimously. We are excited to see these projects. We are now on to our patron comments section, and we do look forward every month to hearing from our patrons. Feedback is important to us. And I don't have anybody that's signed up. Has that changed? Oh, but we don't have anyone in person that's signed up. We have 3 online ones. Is that correct? Okay, we will go to our online comments then. Mr. Larson. I guess I will just note that each person will be given a maximum of 3 minutes to speak.
So President Miller, I have 1 not on fees and 2 on fees. And I noticed on the agenda they're separated. I don't know if it matters. Do you want me just to read all 3 of them?
That is correct. Nope, let's take the one not on fees.
Okay. All right. Stacy Wise. I am a parent at South Jordan Elementary. I have had students in this school on and off for 15 years. Since the removal of year-round school, our school has become overcrowded. Our class sizes are too large and more students keep moving in. There have been 9 new students just this week. The boundary needs to change. Only 100 students were moved when the boundary changed with a traditional school year. Please address this problem. Stacy Wise.
State the school again.
South Jordan Elementary.
Okay, you can stay there. That concludes our patron comment section. We are now taking public comments on school fees. And this is our second public comment period. We are required by state rule to hold 2 public comment periods before voting on our student fee schedule for the 2022-23 school year. And so we will take public comment for that now, and we've got 2 that have signed up online for that.
Thank you. This is Clarissa Crisp. Good afternoon. In the limited amount of time that I have had to review this information as it was provided over the last few days, it appears that the schools did not have a standard prescribed method for estimating participation fees, as there are inconsistencies in what was included and not included in the fees. This is problematic if the district intends to charge the same participation fee for a specific activity across all high schools. I have attached calculations for Mountain Ridge football fees based on the current 2022-2023 football schedule and financial information that I received from Mountain Ridge, Riverton, Copper Hills, and West Jordan High Schools, along with additional factors to consider and even an alternative fee calculation based on allocating a small portion of gate fee revenue. Based on this limited review, it appears that the proposed fees are not in compliance with UCA 53G-7, as some students would be overcharged for one activity, while other students are undercharged for another activity. The district is not permitted to charge a student more than it costs to provide a specific activity. While the district is allowed to charge less than the actual expense, it is not allowed to subsidize one activity with fees from another activity. During the March 15th board meeting, it was asserted that the general school fees have been subsidizing activities. This may be true for some activities, but it does not appear to be true for revenue-generating activities. In fact, it appears that revenue-generating activities have actually been subsidizing other activities in the schools. Jordan School Board has thus far failed to provide a clear and easy-to-understand delineation of each fee and the fee total for each activity, along with a corresponding spending plan for each fee, as required by UCA 53G-7-5053A. This information should be readily available if the fee schedules were prepared in accordance with the statute. If the board is unable to confirm the completeness and accuracy of the information, the board should not risk raising fees in excess of actual costs. I urge the board to highly consider UAC R 477-407, which states the LEA may review and consider the following per school: the historical participation and school interest in certain activities, the prior year fee schedule, and the amount of revenue collected from each fee in the prior year. Thank you. Clarissa Crisp. Carrie K. Good afternoon. I would like to express my concerns on the proposed fee increase. At first, I thought it as only for the participation fee, which is understandable to a point, but upon further investigation, I realized it is across the board, for classes, extracurricular, and their uniforms. I am upset about this with two students in different high schools that either participate in one or two sports. Already this year, at one of the high schools my son plays for, I noticed that the fees were excessive and then the additional fundraising that was expected as well. I see for a boy to play basketball there next year, it will be more than double. That does not include the travel fees that are incurred as well. I understand that is optional, but as a youth player, how do you not allow one child out of at least 40 boys not to go? That sets him apart and brings light to either the parents not being able to afford it or that they don't want to pay the extra for them to travel. Yet at the other high school one of my sons attends, they are only increasing the fees for baseball by the expected participation fee increase. How do you look at two different high schools and have about a $500 difference in the fees? One school can price a kid out of playing, whereas the other is keeping it simple. Yes, I know there is inflation and you want the sport/activity to be self-sustaining, but money is allotted to the schools to use, and why should sports be exempt from receiving any of those funds? They do build great relationships and friendships and teach many things that cannot be taught in a classroom. I am writing not to oppose all the fees, but to please revisit the amount that they all are increasing by and the amount that all schools are allowed to charge. If there was more of an oversight or cap put on these fees, then the sports/extracurricular activities can be more self-sustaining without the expectation of buying items that really are not a benefit to the student or the activity, or a activity. Also, it has been talked about fundraising to help, but a community and family can only be squeezed so much until they cannot get any more funding or help given. We were told that fundraiser fees can only cover the additional fees that are required and not the participation fees, which can be upwards of $400 now. There needs to be better options talked about and done for these extracurricular activity fees. The pinch is being felt by all, and adding to that is not the answer for parents and students at this time. Please vote to not increase at this time and come up with a better solution. Thanks. Carrie Norris.
Thank you. Is there anyone here that came to address fees that didn't sign up? Okay. All right, we will go on to our special business item then, which is a recommendation to approve the student fee schedule for the 2022-23 school year. And we thank those who have commented in this meeting and our last one, and then also many who have emailed us or called us to discuss fees. do we want to start with the motion? Or does anyone have any further
You made it.
questions?
I made it in our study session, so I'll make it again. See if we get this right. So I make a motion that we approve fees as been submitted with the exception of the general fee, general registration fee, that will see a reduction in high school from $105 to $80, and for middle school from $65 to $55. Thanks, Bryce, for doing the math. With the ability to, as a board, to go and review these again at a later date.
The reductions coming from which?
Oh, and the reductions coming from the what goes to the district, and a revisit our procedures and these fees at a later date this year. Did I get it right?
Is there a second? That'll tell you if you got it right or not. Okay, there is a motion by Mr. Robinson, second by Ms. Richards to approve. Sorry, Ms. Atwood. To approve the student fee schedule for the 2022-23 school year, with the exception of the general registration fee, which we would reduce from $105 to $80 at the high school and from $65 to $55 at the middle school, and that reduction would come out of the district portion. So there's some that goes to the school and some that goes to the district. It would come out of the district portion. Okay, is there a discussion to that motion?
Can I make a general comment first?
Yes.
So when I first got into school board politics, I first of all had this understanding that the study session wasn't available to everybody. So I never did that. And then I'd come into these meetings and I would watch bids like we just did, and they were all like 7-0, you know, or 6-1 votes. And I got really confused and kind of frustrated, like backdoor deals were being made or something like that. And what I didn't know is it's in study session that we hammer out all these over a long period of time. And in their public meetings, they're open for people to, and I think we are more available now because we broadcast it live and all those kinds of things. But sometimes when we get to this point, there's not only hours, but years that we've been working on this that brings us to this point in the vote. And so for anyone who's interested, go back and look at meetings, not only just recently, but even for years of where we've worked on school fees and these bids and other things. So I just wanted to make that kind of general comment for anybody who's kind of new to, you know, watching school board meetings.
Thank you. Other discussion? Okay, and we did have a very robust discussion about this earlier in our study session, and also at previous meetings. There was a desire across everyone on the board, you know, recognizing that some fees were going up, and the reason being for that is, as was mentioned, that by new legislative statute, we can no longer subsidize some programs that have been subsidized in the past, and so that does result in some fees going up. So then the board has a desire to offset that by decreasing registration fees for all students. Secondary students, thank you. And also to, you know, hold the schools harmless to make sure that our high schools and middle schools are not seeing, you know, less funding as a result of that reduction. All in favor of that motion, please say yes.
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 Anyone opposed, please say no. And that motion passes unanimously. Thank you to everyone, and I especially want to say thank you, particularly to our high schools, those that handle the finances at our high schools and middle schools, but mostly at our high schools where so many activities are happening, as we've been trying to collect data and get some good information about fees. We are very appreciative. We know there's a lot of work that has gone into that. And Mr. Young, would you just like to briefly go over the motion that you made in study session 2 about our further efforts to collect good data in the future?
Sure. The board directed the finance committee to work on developing a template, a financial reporting template that each extracurricular activity and athletic team will report back to the finance committee and to the board subsequently, a standardized template of the revenue generated in fees and a number of categories of expenses, so that the board can begin to evaluate what funds are actually being used, where they're being used, and how those compare across the district. So that'll be in the works by the time fall athletics and sports begin in the fall of 2022.
Thank you. We have had a lot of robust discussions on fees over the past couple of years. We have made a lot of progress and still have work to do. So look forward to continuing to work on this issue. Thank you. All right, our next item is a recommendation to approve the calendar for the 2023-24 school year. So this is now about a year and a half in advance. We did put out a survey, got over 8,000 responses to that. A lot of good input. A lot of people have a lot to say when it comes to the calendar. It's a big part of our lives. So can I get a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve option A for calendar for 2023-24 school year. With the exception of parent-teacher conferences being on Valentine's Day.
That's right. So we will approve the calendar, except that we will move parent-teacher conferences from February 14th to February 13th for our high schools and middle schools. So it'll be on Tuesday and Thursday. Okay, can I get a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, motion by Ms. Atwood, second by Mr. Robinson to approve the calendar with the change of parent-teacher conferences moved from February 14th to 13th in our secondary schools. Do we have anyone from the public who would like to comment? All right, seeing none, any discussion by the board?
Yeah, it might shock some people to know that I second this because it does go against the solar eclipse on April 8th, 2024. However, this is another example of work the board's done for a lot of years to do a couple things, to open up our calendar, to have better calendars, to open it to public comment. Over 8,000 comments on this. Someone sent me a message and said, we're trying to slide this in under the rug. And like, what? I mean, we didn't even have public comment years ago. And this is what the public wants, you know. They're not interested in the solar eclipse, even though more people mentioned the solar eclipse than Valentine's Day. But that being said, it is a great process. And it's a process that one person doesn't get their way, we all get their way. But if you complain about the eclipse and you want spring break on April 8th, 2024, now was the time to speak. And we just like the last one, school fees, now was the time to speak. Get involved in the process instead of waiting until that day. And I just think on that day, we'll have a lot of people say, well, why didn't spring break come this week? Well, because you didn't get involved in the process, if it mattered. But I just wanted to state that our process is awesome, and I love how the public can weigh in and give us ideas, and the full week break was a result of public input. And so thank you to the district, to the board, and mostly to the public for weighing in on our calendars. That's a long statement for.
And one thing I've learned for sure is that we will never have a calendar that everybody is happy with. Just, reading through the comments,
But a lot are just
Yeah.
really, and they just love to have the input, and so
Yeah.
that's really, really awesome.
And by and large, this is definitely the one that people like the most.
Yep.
And I want to thank our calendar committee too, which also includes parents and teachers and administrators. Thank them for their work. It's not an easy task. All in favor of the motion to approve the calendar for the 2023-24 school year, please say yes.
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 Anyone opposed? That motion passes unanimously. Next up is a recommendation to approve Administrative Policy DP 381, Employee Code of Ethics. Can I get a motion? Ms. Richards?
I'll make it.
Okay.
I make the motion to accept policy DP 381, Employee Code of Ethics, as we have developed it. Yes.
Second?
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Ms. Richards and second by Ms. Atwood to approve new administrative policy DP 381, Employee Code of Ethics. Is there discussion to that?
I'll just add a little bit. We've been working on this for several months. I appreciate Mr. Larson's efforts on this particular policy. Each year we go through an annual audit about our ethical expectations and behavior in the district, and the only thing we didn't really have in place was a policy, a specific policy. And so that's what we've been working on, and feel like we have a pretty good handle on what we need to do to set standards of conduct and expectations of honorable and ethical behavior of all of our employees. So that's what this is all about.
For clarification, there were two options.
Thank you.
You need to clarify which option you're selecting.
Thank you, that's right. We did have two options that we brought to the study session tonight, just tweaking a couple words. And the one that we went with basically just spells out specifics about thank you gifts and recognition to our employees. And it says, thank you gifts and recognition of reasonable value given to employees are acceptable when no reciprocation is expected or perceived. And so that's the part that was added. Thank you.
Okay, is there any other discussion to that motion? All in favor of approving new administrative policy DP 381, Employee Code of Ethics, with the verbiage that includes reasonable, please say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? That motion passes unanimously. We will now move on to our superintendent's report. Dr. Godfrey.
I want to report on Battle of the Bands. I had the opportunity to be the MC again for that event. That was with two combined regions, and we alternate who hosts. We hosted that at Bingham. I told them that we renovated the auditorium just for Battle of the Bands. But it was a great time. There were band names like Paper Cut Party, and it was really fun to be there, and really fun to MC. The state PTA was there supporting, lots of PTA volunteers, lots of support from parents. We did some air guitar while the votes were being tallied, actual air guitar because they were inflated guitars. And so we had the audience vote on that. I did a little trivia, and a surprising number of teenagers know the song Sunglasses at Night. I told them to sit by someone born in the 1900s if they didn't know 80s music very well, but a lot of them knew it really well. So that was really fun. I was honored to be asked, and I know a lot of work went into that night, and a lot of work went into preparing for that night as competitions were held at local high schools. So I appreciate everyone's efforts to create an event that includes students who might not otherwise think of PTA as their first outlet, but it's a very supportive program, and it's one of my favorites. And Bingham was a great host. It was just a blast. Great time. So thanks to everyone involved and to the bands who put themselves out there. It is not easy to put yourself out there, and There was a great variety, lots of kids involved, and some enviable rock and roll skills on display. So thanks to everyone involved.
Thank you. Next is committee reports and comments by board members. Who's got something?
I do.
Okay.
Facilities Committee has 2 items. We have completed the building assessments with administrators and staff. And so if there was an issue in a school where you have a concern and you want to make sure it was addressed, I would encourage you to reach out to Facilities Committee or to Scott Thomas and just make sure, hey, I want to make sure that particular thing was addressed, because those reports now will funnel to, in June, we will give this board a list of potential summer projects for the following summer. So I just want to let you know that those have taken place. We have reached out to each building administrator. We've asked about their desires, their needs, how they perceive, but we want to give board members an opportunity to weigh in. If there was something on your mind, make sure it was addressed. Let us know. And during those building assessments, it has become increasingly a matter of concern that West Jordan Elementary might need some attention. It's been something we've asked, it's questions we've been asked, and so I would like to announce, and I have reached out to Miss Atwood, who has some very strong feelings about West Jordan Elementary School, and I am announcing to everyone that West Jordan Elementary School is now being added to our watch list, which means Facilities Committee will look at it and develop a plan of action and a timeline and come back and present that to the board in addition to our other schools on the watch list. That's all from Facilities. We have many issues on the agenda from Facilities, but those are the only additional ones.
Thank you. Any others?
I have something.
Okay, then we'll go there.
So mine's not a committee, but I did have an opportunity to go walk the so-called safe walking route at the new Oak Leaf Elementary School, and it's sad to announce there is not one. There's no feasible way for those kids to walk to school. Absolutely impossible. I've met with Harriman City. It's impossible. I invite each of you to come walk it with me. So I know later today we're going to talk about bus routes and stuff, but we were looking for at least relief for a year until Harriman, Maine, which is currently under construction, can be completed and sidewalks can go in. But we would be asking kids to walk in the middle of construction zones or walk down in the ravine where wild animals are. Those are their choices, and they're both really horrible choices. So anyways, anyone who wants to walk it with me is, I would love to go walk it with you. But anyways, one of the things that I think we can do, which we've never really done, and my understanding is in state law, we can ask the state superintendent to allow that to be funded. And so I'd like to ask the board if I could explore that, or somebody else can explore that, where we can have Superintendent Dixon to come and walk the route with us and see if the state would be interested in funding that route for a year.
So that's your proposal, is to explore asking the state superintendent for funding for it.
If that's written into laws, I understand, and I would like to start there, but.
How does the rest of the board feel?
I think it's a good alternative, and I think that, I'm grateful that you have identified that. I think that there is no harm in having those conversations.
I just didn't want to pursue without the knowledge of the board.
I would also wonder if this is something Facilities Committee should address too, if there's looking at other possible options.
That would be, and I'd be happy to walk it with any of them, and not at night though. The city will not sign a safe walking route. And I don't know what the ramifications of that the police chief said, absolutely, I will not sign it, and I don't blame him.
Why did the police chief say he wouldn't sign it?
Because there's not a safe walking route. There is not a way for kids to safely walk to school.
Is that really why he said he wouldn't?
Uh-huh.
Or was it because you declared it not safe?
No,
And then
he declares it not safe also. You come walk it, Matt. You're over facilities in that area. I'll come walk it with me, and you'll agree with me.
I'm just asking why, this is the first time I'm hearing about any of this.
I just barely walked it myself.
And I'm wondering, did the police declare it unsafe prior to the declarations you made publicly, or did they declare it after the fact that you declared that publicly, that it was unsafe?
I think we were all looking at it like it's unsafe. We were hoping that we could find a way. There's not a way. It's impossible. It's absolutely impossible.
What headway have you had with communications with Harriman? Because as far as I know, that cities do have to take accountability for safe walking routes as well.
Yeah, we had a meeting. We scheduled now with Harriman regular meetings, at least quarterly. I think we'll do them more often right now because, we just dropped another new school in their area. And so, we meet. It was part of our agenda. I invited the school principal to talk about this. I thought it would be a safe walking route, to be quite honest, but walking the route there is not, it's scary.
I'm having a hard time with saying that we just dropped a school there because if I remember correctly, Harriman City was a huge advocate for that school to go in that location. Because we had 2 different locations that we could have done it, and they were huge advocates for that area. And I just...
Where was the other location?
Didn't we have another location that we were speaking of?
Yes.
Danzy property.
The Danzy property.
It is the Danzy property I'm talking about.
Jen, you're right. There was other options, yes.
There was, and so I think the city has to help be accountable for this. I understand that it's our duty to make sure that kids get to school safely, but I do believe that the city has to assume responsibility in that too. And I'm not saying we shouldn't go the routes that you're talking about, but
ultimately it is the city's responsibility for the safe walking route.
But if we would fund Western Springs, which is much easier to walk with older kids, we certainly ought to fund this school. And I'm not even asking for us to fund it. I'm saying, can we explore the law? Because I think we have a great exception that could be made by the state. And if that's really on the books, that they can do it, I'm pretty confident that anybody who takes the time to go walk this route it's not a Darrell Robinson deemed it unsafe kind of thing. This is as unsafe as I've ever seen before.
Okay, this is something that, this is part of our process with all schools opening. Cities and school district will work together on this issue. But I hear a couple more proposals. One, Mr. Robinson's asking if he can pursue the option of asking for state assistance. And then, is everyone okay with that? Sounded like everyone was okay with that. And then the other is asking facilities committee to also have a discussion about this. Is everyone okay with that?
Yes. If they're okay with it.
Okay. Facilities committee chair is nodding. So we'll ask facilities committee to discuss this also.
Thank you. It's very difficult to come up with a route with an undeveloped area. When we approve that, this is very undeveloped, and you don't know exactly how a community is going to develop. And so we fail sometimes to look at that. We just announced another school without looking at it.
We did not fail to look at that. We had so many discussions about infrastructure to that school. So many. I was chair of facilities at the time.
We didn't have the walking route that we did.
But lots of promises were made that it would be there and done. So
all I'm asking, Mr. Robinson, is that the city assumes some responsibility on this too, because I appreciate everything that you're going to be looking into, and I appreciate your thoughts. I really honestly do. I'm just saying, I would like the city to be involved just as heavily as we are.
We have a problem involving our cities early on in situations. We just dropped
I
another
don't
school.
think that is so not true.
I
We
think
have
it
been,
is
I
true.
have sat through so many meetings with Harriman City on this school.
I think that is true. We just dropped another city, school in their area
Okay,
where.
and you
is
can
gonna-
believe that, the rest of us don't.
You are so full of it.
Thanks, Matt, for the personal attack. I really appreciate that.
Okay.
Point of order.
We will, let's move on. We will have Facilities Committee look into this. We'll continue to work with Mr. Robinson. Our city will continue to work with our district on this issue. Thank you. Anyone else?
I just
Ms. Richards. Oh,
sorry.
So we'll go
really
ahead.
quickly, I just wanted to kind of circle back around as far as parades and what this board thinks is whether or not we should move forward with parades. I've given some time for everybody to kind of think about that. We're getting requests from cities.
We had that on our agenda for this week, and I pushed it off to the next agenda.
Oh, okay.
So we'll bring that up next time.
Okay.
So,
That's
but thank you
fine.
for bringing it up, and everyone, I guess, continue to ponder that.
Yeah, and I do think it's important for it to be on the next agenda because those applications are coming in and it's important to get those taken care of.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are you aware, are there any deadlines within the next 2 weeks?
So I don't get all of them. I've just
Okay.
gotten a couple that I've passed on to Roxanne. So it wouldn't be, because I haven't gone into all the details.
Right, okay.
But I do know that previously when I was in charge of that, there were
They're coming.
deadlines and stuff like that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Richards.
Thank you. This is from the Finance and Audit Committee. We've been having ongoing discussions regarding truth in taxation, as we should be. Sandy and Doug and the Communications Department, their staff, Sandy and Doug, basically, showed the committee a preliminary video yesterday at our meeting. And we appreciate all of the time and work put into the video. It was very well done, and we did make some suggestions, and they will edit that video and have it out to all of you either tomorrow afternoon or Thursday morning. And they welcome any comments, suggestions, input that you have on that video. And I'd appreciate you giving that input. That's always helpful. We also talked about the board needing to move forward with discussions regarding a truth in taxation. And, we won't vote formally until the budget hearing in June, but we need the board's approval to move forward in preparing for it. Should that be how we decide? The committee is working on a recommendation for the board regarding that truth in taxation, but we do need to have your approval to move forward. We also talked about the tax increment projects that we discussed last time. Mr. Larson has now reached out to all of the cities, and Bluffdale and Harriman are at this point the only two cities that have extended their tax increment projects timeline. Did I say that correctly? Anyway, Dr. Godfrey and Mr. Larson are still working on a letter, as I understand. We talked about that. Riverton City and South Jordan City are both having public hearings on April 5th regarding future RDAs. I think Mr. Larson will be attending one of those. They're both at the same time, unfortunately, so I think he's going to try to attend one of those. We also have...
When was that?
Oh.
And what was it?
April 5th, and it's, they have to have a public hearing for potential RDAs or tax increment projects.
And what cities are doing those?
South Jordan and Riverton. Then we also had a discussion about what we'll be talking about, I'm sure, in more study session, but the flex building that was brought up, that option, and we'll discuss that at that time. I did want to announce, and I think I sent it to all of you, I know I did, Utah High School Activities Association sanctioned boys volleyball for the 2023-24 spring.
Okay,
Marilyn,
thank you.
can we talk more about that? I'm extremely concerned about our liability here. Did they deal with Title IX? Did they address Title IX? We just concluded a lawsuit over Title IX.
Right.
And now all of a sudden we've added more boys sports opportunities.
Right.
Was that an issue? Are they going to back us if another lawsuit comes? I mean, they're imposing things upon us that make us vulnerable to litigation.
Right.
And I'm very uncomfortable with that.
And I understand that, as am I, and I brought that up, as did others. The attorney for the Utah High School Activities Association could not be there, but he sent a letter. He was out of the country. He did send a letter and discuss that, and felt like, you know, we were in a pretty good position, except for those who had been through the litigation and were still involved in 10th Circuit Court, which leads me to tell you that we don't have to participate. We do have that choice not to participate, although in our district we have a lot of participation in the clubs. So that's something that we're going to have to discuss down the road a little, you know, quite a bit. Paul, do you want to add anything? I know that you've
We
been
can
on
discuss
top of
that in
that.
a different forum, in a different way.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other reports? I've got
Just a
couple.
follow-up on that. Does that mean at some point it's going to come before this board whether or not we do sanction boys volleyball? Or does that decision sanction it for us? Do we have the power to say we don't sanction that sport in our district? Or are we compelled because of this association?
No, it is sanctioned for the state, but each individual region can choose whether to offer it or not, as did Region 2, which is Granite District for the most part. They chose not to do lacrosse.
Davis District also decided not to do lacrosse for the very first year. It turned out to be a COVID year.
But what I'm asking is, will there be a moment where we are asked that, or is it just the assumption that we will implement it, and unless someone takes action, unless someone on this board takes action, it will be implemented? I'm just wondering, at what point does someone come before this board and say, do you want to sanction boys volleyball or not, or is the assumption that we will unless action is taken?
Usually that's left up to the region and the region chair, and they discuss it and decide whether it's even feasible. So it'll be a region decision. They may bring it before us, but we don't have to necessarily approve it if the region decides
So
to
the
do it.
region could approve it, and then we would be bound by our allegiance to the region without even having a voice.
I think bound is pretty strong. We have a voice and we have a choice, but usually it's left up to the region and not the board.
So when I hear someone say Granite chose not to and Davis chose not to on the other, how did they do that? If you're saying it's a region decision, what I'm hearing from Bryce is, are we ever going to have a chance to weigh in on this, or does someone need to put it on an agenda and make it something that we weigh in on?
Do we as a board have power, or is it a region decision?
May I
Please
speak to that?
It's a region.
It is a district decision because there's funding required.
No, it's not.
There's overlap between region and district this year, but in the past, with lacrosse, we brought that to the board to make a decision about whether we would move forward with boys and girls lacrosse. Because that's a budget decision also, because we have to increase the budget for coaches, and so it would be a district decision. And that
At a budget hearing, not as a separate agenda item, it would be at a budget hearing that we would voice our decision.
I only bring up the budget because to demonstrate the district impact that the decision would have. So in answer to your question, the district would have that decision, would be able to make that decision about which sports we participate in. And so there's overlap between district and region, but the region board of managers does not make that decision. That would be a district decision whether we participate or not.
But I guess the question is, if we do nothing, does the district move forward with volleyball or not move forward? What's the default?
What's the
And do
trigger?
we have to take action to change that default?
The precedent for adding a sport, the precedent for offering a sanctioned sport, a newly sanctioned sport in Jordan School District is to bring that to the board as an agenda item, which we did for lacrosse.
Because here's what I know. They will sue this board. This board will be sued in a court of law.
Why?
And if a litigant, that's what happened last time.
There is a forum for us to discuss
So
potential
if
litigation.
if we're going to be sued, then I hope I have a moment to say, this is my decision or not.
Nothing is
If
going
I
to-
don't have if I don't have a moment to say, I fully endorse this or I don't, then it's not fair that this board's going to be sued.
The state cannot impose this on Jordan District. UHSAA cannot impose this on Jordan District. The region cannot impose this on Jordan District.
So can I
So
make
nothing will happen automatically.
Okay.
The district administration would not move forward on something like this without a vote from the board.
Will you make sure that bells go off and whistles are alarmed that said, Bryce, this is your moment. This is the moment you weigh in?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, I have a couple of items. The Jordan Education Foundation has, as we mentioned in the past, been out giving Outstanding Educator Awards in every school, and it's certainly been a lot of fun to see those awards and those educators being recognized. There are a couple more this week that they weren't able to get to in the past, and I did send you an email about that. And then the awards banquet for the top 12 educators in the district, along with some scholarship recipients, is on April 13th. And those invitations have been sent, and you should have all received that invitation. And then finally, our National School Boards Association Conference is this weekend. And just to make the public aware that yes, board members also can receive professional development on how to become better board members or to get ideas and learn from other board members from across the country. And so some of us will be attending that in California this weekend. Is there anyone else have any committee reports or comments? All right, that concludes the end of our general session. We will take a 12-minute break and start our study session back up at 8:30.
That's the thing of fish and stuff, and the seagulls.
Okay, we are back into study session. It's March 29th. We have all board members with us. I believe Ms. George has now joined us virtually. We are now on item E, review of unfunded bus routes for the 2022-23 school year, and we will turn the time to Mr. Young for that discussion.
My board docs to come up.
This is something that Facilities Committee has been discussing and is bringing us some information on that. There is some on board docs.
Had to shut down to conserve my battery, so I'm back up. So each year, one of the things the Facilities Committee does is there are a number of unfunded routes. When I say unfunded routes, by state law, the state pays for a good portion of most of our bus routes if they meet certain distance qualifications. And our transportation department does a great job in making sure we fit right within those regulations to try to provide the service to as many students as possible. But what we found as our district has grown, and as there's some new roads that have been built that are particularly challenging, that it's required us as a board to approve a number of safe buses and shuttles to prevent some of our students from having to cross some of these areas and have some of these dangerous routes. And then there's some other reasons that we have some of these services. And so what we as a committee do once a year about this time, as we're beginning to prepare the budgets, we take a look at the utilization of those unfunded routes. And this year what we decided to do is take a serious look at any route that was under 50% utilization and see if that route was something that that was necessary anymore. And so we've had some discussions. We don't need to decide on this tonight as a board, but we'd like to bring our recommendations to the board. You should have on board docs the unfunded routes by individual bus that shows the annual cost, the ridership, and the percentage of ridership. We are recommending as a committee that we do away with all middle school ALPS routes. That was a service we were providing as these programs were getting started. We moved the original genesis of the very first ALPS buses that were going to Oker was the fact that it was the one school servicing the entire district, the one ALPS middle school servicing the entire district. So where there were 3 elementary schools servicing the elementary population, there was only this one middle school. So to encourage those other schools, this bus route was originally created years and years ago. Now, as we have placed an ALPS program in each of the in 3 different schools spread out throughout different parts of the district, given the low utilization of those bus routes, we are recommending, and frankly the difficulty of filling those routes, it's not as easy as throwing in, an elementary route, a middle school route, a high school route. This one is these are more expansive and so more difficult to fill. So we're recommending those 5 routes not be continued for next year. In addition to that, for the last, I think, 2 or 3 years, we have provided 2 bus routes that cover the entire district, north and south, for our Valley High students. You can see that those have very low ridership numbers. And we feel that perhaps there are some other ways that these 20 students can find assistance to school without utilizing our bus service. And so we are recommending that the 2 Valley High routes also be discontinued. We looked into maybe consolidating that into 1 route. There just didn't appear to be a route that could service the whole district without keeping students on the bus for an hour and a half. So that is our recommendation. That would eliminate 7, let's see. Yeah, 7 routes. And so that's our recommendation. Any questions?
I have a question on Valley High School. You mentioned other options for them to get to school. Have you explored those options?
No. I have talked with Dr. Godfrey, and the very beginnings of that are starting. The pressure is not so much, I mean, the dollars, I mean, when you look at the cost of those 2 routes divided by the number of students using it, it is a high per student cost. On top of that, those 2 routes require 2 drivers that, because of the length of those routes, make it difficult for them to fill multiple routes on top of that. I mean, they still are able to, but they're just difficult routes. So we've got a dollar side of the equation and then a human resource, element as well. And so so those other options have not been officially explored. There could be some discussions with UTA and some other alternatives that way, but no, they haven't been fully fleshed out. If you all weren't going to consider shutting them down, we didn't want to head too far down that road if.
And I would say I would not be in favor of shutting it down unless there were other options, but I'm open and think that we should explore some other options there.
So if we don't provide anything, you want to keep these routes at that expense?
Or consider combining it and keeping 1 route.
That's just an impossibility. I mean, we
keep
asked
them
them
both
to
or
explore
eliminate them.
that.
I think it's important to just bear in mind the strain on our transportation department right now. We just don't have the staffing that we need, and so we're trying to alleviate some of that pressure wherever possible.
Explain to me why we can't combine them.
So tell me the timeline. When does a decision need to be made on this?
Well, the Alps routes, the sooner the better. Not tonight, but as parents decide whether they're going to continue to have their kids attend or go do 7th grade, the sooner they know they won't have access to a bus, the better. And so I think that one we'd like to be able to make a decision on by next time. Other than that, it's kind of a budget thing, I guess, for Valley High as far as when we'd need to do that.
Tell me a little bit more about the middle school Alps buses. Is each one, like, how many stops does each one have? Like, just give me, I know when Ochre was the only Alps school, it picked up kids from the 3 different Alps elementary schools and took them to Ochre. Are they just running from one Alps elementary school to one Alps middle school, or are there different stops throughout the district?
That's a good question that we're not prepared. As far as the number of stops, we don't have that information. We can get it. We can certainly provide that.
I think that's just seeing the number of riders is helpful. Any other board member comments or questions?
Yeah, I just have one comment. And when I look at the cost for those 2 routes to Valley High and the low ridership, I think it's, I think I would be in favor of dismantling that for that very reason. I just think for the high cost and the low ridership, it's just not monetarily smart. Sorry.
Okay, any other comments? So what's our next step?
Give us direction. If the board chooses to not fund Alps and not fund Valley High, we would like to get the word out, and that's, at that point, the superintendent would like to explore some other options that might be available to those students.
Could I ask I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I would just ask for clarification about whether you are discontinuing a route or whether you are eliminating funding as well. Because if with Valley, if you eliminated the route but did not eliminate the funding necessarily, that would give us some flexibility to look at some other options. Not that we would automatically look at spending all of that, but that would allow us to look for other alternatives that wouldn't require
So
a bus
one's a
route.
budget question and one's a staff question.
And I recognize we definitely have a staffing problem with finding enough bus drivers for all the routes that we have. I'm not ready to make a decision on Valley right now, but I would like to have funding available to explore some other options for Valley students.
To the tune of $5,000 per student?
I don't know the answer to that. I need some proposals brought to me and bring me what funding would be required for those proposals, and then make a decision.
I'm with you, Ms. Miller.
But so can I call for a vote on 2 issues? Eliminate the route, yes or no, or yes or no conditional. Eliminate the funding, yes or no conditional. We need to know which direction. If the decision is we're all unified on eliminating the route, but then we want to ask, under what condition do we eliminate the funding, that would be a different approach for us. But if we could answer those 2 separate, those questions separately, we'll know which direction we should go.
I always get pushed into this position, and I really don't like it because I don't represent myself. I represent my community. And so something's dropped in my lap, and I'm asked to make a decision.
And no decision is needed to make tonight.
And so that's what I would appreciate. I think I favor that, but I would like to have 2 weeks to think about it, talk to people, and look at especially the Alps, but even Valley, and even maybe allow administration to explore what are the other options. So, I mean, that's what I think I would love, is I would love to have, I think this is brilliant, and I thank the committee for putting this together and thinking through these things, and, but I would love to see what other proposals that we would have, how else can we do it, and those kinds of things before I make a final decision myself.
Dr. Godfrey, when do you think you could have some of those options explored?
Next time we meet. can have that next time.
Any other information anybody else needs that would allow them to make a decision by the time? I thought that one had been cleared. Okay. Yeah, we can talk about that one. One of the routes that wasn't under 50% was the Western Springs safety route. We'd brought an update last time. It is 100% utilized. Riverton City is making good faith efforts to create an effective, safe walking route that will not take students onto Mountain View Corridor or 134th South. They anticipate more, but they're still not quite fully there yet. And so I guess that's the other question on the table, is the Western Springs safety or courtesy route.
We've been approving that year by year.
Year by year, as they demonstrate good faith and make progress towards a safe route.
And didn't we discuss this recently?
I thought we had.
We had some conversation. Is this the third year that
This
it
would
will
be
have
the
been
third
done?
year, yeah.
We never
And-
took action on it.
Okay.
And-
And I'm asking this because it was asked out there. Has there been any conversations about maybe Riverton helping with that cost?
They're putting their money into developing the safe walking route. They had approached us about a bridge at one point that never came to the board for consideration.
Well, it did. They asked to pull it.
Never made it to the board for
It
consideration.
was on the agenda. They asked to pull
But
it.
it never made it to the board.
Made it to our committee. We were
Well,
going to
great,
present. They
but
asked
it
to
never
pull
made it to the board.
I just want to make sure the record's correct.
And so they are working with us in doing that, but they are putting their funding towards the actual route itself.
And do they have an idea of how many more years this will?
Curtis,
So we've had conversation with the city, and we've produced this map. I think you've seen this the last time. There are 4, I just drove this last week. 132nd is through now, but there's not sidewalk that follows that road there in the red section. The little Eagles Gate right here that goes right down in directly to the shopping center there is not complete. Oh, the road's complete, but there's no sidewalk whatsoever. Then they're missing 2 little patches. We're up here over the canal, and then over here on 4150 West, where the sidewalks just are not complete. Talking to Riverton City, they're waiting for this to develop, because this is a road tie-in here, so they're not willing to throw sidewalk in there yet. This one will be done by the developer, they say, as that develops, and this is still being developed by the contractor. So as they fill these in, those sidewalks will be completed. But they wouldn't commit to a timeline specifically. They just said as soon as we can develop it, we're committed to have those be put in by the developers.
So in those 2 areas where they're waiting for development, is there action on development in those 2 areas?
Yes, they're actively
Okay.
moving. Here's what the city said to us. Sidewalk still not installed on Eagles Flight between Western Springs and 132nd. The east side of this area is currently being constructed by the developer and does include sidewalk when complete. The west side will be placed as the commercial lots are developed. We also asked sidewalk not complete on 132nd from Welby Jacobs Canal. This will be placed as the commercial lots are developed. That's the only timeline they would give us. Small sections of sidewalk on 4150 just south of the new gas station. This is where Dutchman Lane would tie in from the west when it's developed. And then question 4, we asked a small section of sidewalk missing along 126 South. Riverton City doesn't own the right-of-way for a sidewalk on this lot. There have been discussions on obtaining this, but I'm not certain for a timetable. So that's as much as the city would communicate to us on timetables for those sidewalks. And this was a week ago, 2 weeks ago, we asked these questions.
So we've presented that previously, but we've never taken official board action. We wanted to make sure you had time to think about it. Are we okay to take action on that tonight, since you've had some time to think? I'm happy to make a motion if you're ready. I don't want to make anyone uncomfortable that you're being rushed, but we want to, with that, not having the information on the unfunded, it was actually that conversation that prompted the unfunding bus route, which is the information we're presenting tonight. But we would like to potentially take action on the Western Springs tonight, if you're comfortable. If you want to just group them all together and we come back next time with all bus route decisions, that's fine with us as well.
I personally think that since we've had 2 weeks to kind of mull this over, I'm ready to vote on Western Springs and then keep the others for next time.
Then, President, I move that this board approve one more year of funding the Western Springs courtesy route.
Okay, so there's a motion to approve one more year of the Western Springs courtesy route. Motion by Mr. Dunford, second by Mr. Young. Discussion to that.
I just have to laugh. Okay, I'll withhold. I agree with it in philosophy and why we've been doing it. I don't agree with the treatment I received in the last meeting towards a similar discussion. So if I was to vote against it, it would be out of anger instead of out of common sense, and common sense rides here. I would support it.
And I would just say, I wish there was a way we could incentivize the city. I'm afraid if we approve the bus route, there's no incentive for the city to ever put the sidewalks in. I think Riverton's making a good faith effort to do it, but it's just, you know, the first year it's like, oh yeah, we'll have it in, and then the next year, and then the next year, and
I just wish we'd treat every situation the same, and that's what I see. There's a disparity between how I was just treated and approving this route. But I know this board is awesome, and I know the city is great, and I want to support Riverton just as much as I want to support Harriman and West Jordan and everyone, and I think it's worth it. But I hope that we would apply that
Tell me,
equally.
how do you think you were treated?
Back and watch the tape, Matt.
Let's focus on the item at hand here.
That's all, and I think that's a pretty important point, is that if we approve this, then if there is another situation that's just as bad or similar, then we ought to try to work with people.
Okay.
And so that's all I'm trying to say.
And I would vote in favor of approving this, but I would sure love to send the signal that this is the last year.
Make that motion.
You can amend the motion for one more year. We as a facilities committee have tried to create a clear expectation that we expect significant improvement. And we felt they met that standard this year.
Yeah, and I agree. I think, I do believe they're making good faith effort, and it is progressing.
I mean, the annual assessment of it, depending on how hard that assessment is on this board, I mean, if the board takes that seriously and requires to see progress, requires to see that they're looking for solutions, which I think Riverton has demonstrated as they have worked closely with Lance Everell and Curtis and stayed in communication, it is moving forward. And so I think everybody's aware this is not a guaranteed route. And if you're ready to pull that and have this be the last year, then make that motion. If you're satisfied with the progress that they made in constructing roads and constructing sidewalks, so that I mean, the new safe walking route will allow, or the what they've already constructed will allow the students to avoid entirely that whole Mountain View Plaza area and allow them to come a different way. If that's not satisfying enough and you want to put a termination to it, then by all means, let's amend it and let them know this is the last year. I would prefer to continue with the year by year and incentivize them in that way. And if no further progress has been made next year, then by all means, we can end it.
I, for one, would not have brought it to the board had I not felt they made significant progress towards it. We were not a rubber stamp committee. And I, for one, would not have proposed, I would not be bringing it to the board if they didn't meet my standard, which they did.
Okay, well, thank you. I will let the motion stand unless someone else would like to propose anything else. Okay, so the motion's to approve Western Springs for one more year. All in favor, please say yes.
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 Anyone opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously, and then we'll put the rest of the unfunded routes on the next agenda item.
And the only information people need is,
Do you want number of stops?
No.
Okay.
and just
Thank you.
alternatives to the valley issue.
Yes.
That's the only thing we're bringing.
Did anyone request information on Alps? I'm not hearing any information needing to be brought back on Alps. So the only thing we're bringing back is options for eliminating the funding, not necessarily eliminating the route. What options are there if we kept the funding or eliminated the funding? Am I hearing that correctly?
Dr. Godfrey was going to bring us back some ideas on that.
Yeah. But that's the only request of the board, is the funding, options for Valley students.
Yes.
To use the same funding and allow them to travel. Okay, great. We have what we need.
Okay, our next agenda item is a continued discussion on the growing enrollment at Ridgeview Elementary. And hold on just a second, Mr. Larson.
I'm sorry, Nikki, can you tell us how you voted on that last one? We did not hear you.
So sorry, I was slow unmuting. Yes, I'm in favor of that.
Thank you. I'm sorry, President.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Okay, next is continued discussion on growing enrollment at Ridgeview Elementary. We started discussing this last meeting, heard a proposal from the Facilities Committee. I've had some time to think about that, and I will turn the time to Mr. Dunford.
I'm just going to go to Mr. Young. We need we're asking for 4 decisions from the board tonight. So we're not going to get into a lot of detail other than these 4 specific questions we'd like to ask. So Mr. Young's going to lead this discussion, but as chairman, I'm looking for the board's direction in 4 areas.
If I don't get all 4, let me know. Okay. So the first thing, and so I guess I'll just make a motion. I'd like to make a motion. Well, first thing we need to do is formally approve moving forward with the concept of a flex space Campus B for Ridgeview Elementary. So I'm going to make a motion that we move forward exploring the idea of building on our what's been called our middle school property next to Mountain Ridge, a flexible space facility that will initially house, serve as a Campus B to our Ridgeview Elementary and service a certain amount of grades from that elementary to address the sharply increasing enrollment numbers in that area. That's my motion.
Can we hear all 4 motions?
The other 3 depend on whether or not we approve it. The other 3 are simple, who does what.
Okay. So moving forward, tell us what that entails.
If you approve it tonight, then we're going to prepare the documentation for SOQs, RFPs as needed. We're going to start to ask the question of architects, what would this look like? What's the general design, which is part of the next question, who does what? But approving it says we now go out for an SOQ, which is an expenditure. You're approving the expenditure of getting input from architects.
And just to clarify, so
Did we get a second on the motion? Nope.
I'll second.
Mr. Young made the motion, Ms. Richards seconded it. Thank you. So as far as the process goes with SOQs and architectural design, this process does not bind us to build that school there or anywhere.
Nope, that is correct.
And in fact, we could
We are
use
not
this-
committing to any product. We're
And
just
even if we decide to do a flex school somewhere else a couple years later, we could fall back on this process.
we cannot bring the board a proposal or even a list of proposals without taking this step.
Okay, and any discussion to that motion or any more clarifying questions?
Yeah, I don't want to start any fireworks, but we haven't talked to the city, we haven't talked to the school, and we haven't talked to school teachers that would potentially be teaching in this environment. There's a lot of things I think we haven't done before I'm comfortable with spending money and taking a second step. This is the most dangerous place in Harriman City, right there where the high school, we're going to put in the crosswalk of a high school, we're going to put 2 elementary schools. I'm not saying it's a bad idea. I'm just saying, again, I mean, we're saying again, we work with these people, but I'm saying we don't work with them enough. And I really would like to have those conversations with school teachers, with the city folks about our proposal before we go out and say we're going to move forward on this.
So our facilities people are all here, so correct me if I'm wrong. This next step is that process where we're doing architectural design, but we'll also talk to the city and consider transportation and talk to educators, and all of that will be part of the input into the design process. Is that correct?
Typically not. Typically, the SOQ will just is a statement of qualifications from different architectural firms, and they will bring some concept drawings in. We'll typically give them a site plan of the particular lot so that they can design to that site plan and kind of give us some ideas of what they would propose. At that point, there's really nothing binding to the architects. And then once you've chosen an architect, then that's usually when we start involving the city and getting the approvals and the rest of that you're talking about.
Okay, thank you. That's what I wanted to know, is when that happens. Okay.
This time, there's still that flexibility of where we're going. We're not saying 100% this is where it's going. So I don't think it's even fair to have, I mean, maybe conversations, but not say this is, we can't say it's set in stone.
But I'm afraid to spend money before we've done those basic things that I think should have already been done, or at least done before we spend money. Like, I really do think that we need to have a great conversation with the city. I think that we really ought to have a great conversation with the school and the teachers, and how would this work? What if we get a group of 4th to 6th grade teachers that don't like this concept? We've been said that there's other schools in the state that offer this. I would love to go tour one before I'm spending money on a design. How are we going to create a design before we create a concept? And that's my problem with this is I think there's an urgency among us to get this solved. I think that the facilities committee did a marvelous job of creating an innovative solution that, frankly, I had not thought of. I think it frees up money from other properties that I would have probably thought of to build on, We probably don't now, and so I love the concept. I just think because the urgency that this is growing so fast, we're missing some steps that we probably should take before we start spending a lot of money and designing things. I mean, I would love to have our teachers a part of that design team, and say, how would you design? Because I don't know, you design a 4th, 6th grade school different than you probably a K-6 school.
But at the same time.
But you're making
we're-
assumptions we haven't
yeah.
made.
Well, yeah, and we don't know because we've not talked to those people, and I'm afraid of spending money on this before we talk to people. You know, they may
And
or
I
may not
feel
have
like-
a buy-in.
I feel like spending the money actually helps us to clarify that conversation. Right now, it is just such a sketch of an idea, such an abstract concept that I don't think we could speak intelligently to our city or to our teachers about the potential or possibilities, because we have no idea what it could look like or what kinds of innovations we have. And so taking this step, in my opinion, helps us to have a more intelligent conversation with the stakeholders that you're referring to.
As far as the SOQ process go, until we award a particular architect, there would be no fees. So we could put the SOQ out. Part of that SOQ would be new designs as well as some existing. If some of these architectural firms have done something similar like this in this state or other states, I know there is down in southern Utah, there is some specialty grade schools like that, and so that would be maybe where they could bring in some concepts or some existing buildings that's been done like this. So there wouldn't be any costs until you said, yeah, we kind of like the idea of this architectural firm, and then you would go into negotiations and fees at that point.
So there's no fees involved, so we can move forward on this. So moving forward means we're not spending a dime.
Until you choose an architectural firm, but there would be no fees in getting the concept drawings from the different firms.
Because I could approve that. What I can't approve is spending money on something that the community hasn't had time to weigh in on. We haven't had an open house. We haven't talked to the city. We haven't talked to teachers. We haven't talked to anybody. I don't want money spent on something before we do some of that stuff. So if moving forward is defined as coming up with the possible people that can do that for us, I'm okay. But if moving forward means we're going to start spending money on this concept, then I'm not okay until we do some of those other things. That's where I stand. But I'm not the only person on the board. The board can do it.
No, I don't want to misrepresent this. And I mean, what we're asking to do with this step is get to the point where we have selected an architect who can then begin working with us in developing enough that we can engage in those conversations. So there will be fees based on this decision. So I don't want anybody walking away from this thinking
No dollars.
no dollars are being spent.
And I'm clearly against it.
Mr. Thomas, did you have something
Well,
to add?
yeah, what I'd like to do is maybe just separate the process a little bit. And as Dave's talked about the SOQ process, that's very separate from the design process. So the SOQ is just to launch this. And we've provided, when we had these in-depth discussions with the facilities committee, one of the things they asked for was a timeline that we've provided. And John, I don't know if do you have that?
That's
On here.
That's one of the four.
That's one of the four.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And so with that timeline, to open the school by fall of '24, we kind of have to follow that timeline. And it doesn't mean that we don't want input and we don't want to involve people. I think those are, I'm sure that Bryce, Matt will, and
Those questions are number
right,
3.
talk about those things and how we implement those things. But I just want to separate the SOQ. There's not fees involved, but it launches the process. Correct.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, all in favor of moving forward with exploring the idea for a 4 through 6
I didn't say
Flex.
fourth
No,
through
it's not
Oh,
even that.
sorry,
It's just
sorry.
flex building.
Exploring a flex building. And that is to start the SOQ process in order to select an architect. All in favor, please say yes.
That wasn't my motion.
Okay. Well, your motion was like 10 minutes ago, so restate it, and I'll get it right this time.
Okay, let me rethink this. Because it was, I mean, I didn't mention, I just don't want there any misunderstanding. How do I phrase this?
Yeah, because I believe the motion was just ready to move forward.
To move forward with the design, with the exploration of the design. But I guess what I'm saying is there is an expectation that there will be costs now associated with this. And that's what I want to make sure is clear on the record.
Not today, but at some point.
Before it comes back to the board for the next kind of, so how do I phrase this?
Find that there'll be costs, so I don't think you need to.
Okay, then I won't try to restate it.
We've defined what moving forward was. Moving forward was getting, an architect and perhaps spending some money before this comes back to the board.
I believe that was the motion, is we're asking for approval to, quote, move forward.
And we defined in our discussion what move forward means.
All right, all in favor of the motion to move forward on a
Yes.
flex school concept?
Yes.
Please say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Anyone opposed?
Yep, me.
Kay and Ms. George?
Yes.
Okay, so that is 6-1. Motion passes. Next item.
Okay, so the next item is they've done some rough estimates as to what elementary, middle type schools are costing per square foot. And so we need to have an idea from the board as to a range, a dollar range that our expectation is for this building. And so not that we're stuck with it, but just kind of a range that as we take it out to on the SOQ, we're looking in this range for a building. Is that 100,000 square feet? Is it 120,000 square feet? Are we looking between 28 and 35 million?
I thought you were talking money.
Yeah.
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 And
But
so,
it's based on
Square footage.
square footage.
not a firm number, but just kind of to give the architects as they begin this process an idea of what range we're looking at.
We typically don't give ranges because we don't want that to affect the bid that comes eventually.
This is
So explain this to me.
This is the hard chicken egg. This is the problem, is to ask an architect to say, let me give you some concept designs and just say, guess, think our mind. I understand we want a highly designed, a lot of input design, but we've got to start, is it the chicken or the egg that comes first? And knowing that there's going to be a lot of adjustments, just to be able to say, is this more on the side of an elementary school? Is this more on the side of a middle school? Is it something in between? Could we just give them at least a range to start thinking?
Because
no commitments, no, it's got to be this, but if you say, well, let's start, and no one throws out something to start with. So we're proposing that maybe one of the best ways to start the discussions is, this is kind of the range where we want to be. Now can we start talking, and can this develop and grow, and then we can have further discussions? but we just felt like it's awfully difficult to say, let's hire an architect, but you've got to guess what we want.
So do you have a proposal?
Again, giving you a proposal is very hard because you're asking us to.
I mean, we talked about
asking
some
us
square
to
footage.
give you
So,
one?
the challenge is typically if we're saying build us a new elementary, right? Well, every architect has a reference point as far as, okay, we know they've built the following elementaries. We know it's been in this cost. We'll give them something to that. So we were kind of looking at about 100,000 square feet. Is that where we?
Yeah, that was just as a reference point, like you said, that, you know, one of the first things that the architects will ask for in an SOQ is, what are my limits? Where, you know, what's my outside limit in terms of a budget? And that's all calculated on the day's cost per square foot, an estimated cost per square foot.
I mean, I would estimate between 28 and 35 million.
And I have heard that Cabinet has had an opportunity to talk about this and had a lot of exciting ideas. I'd love to hear, Dr. Godfrey, your input on this.
I think 35 million, of course I went with the top number, is in range. What we talked about is components of existing schools, but with the caution that I don't want to restrict architects by giving them too many reference points, because creativity is going to carry the day here, so that we can have some multiple uses of that building over time. We've talked about, well, let me do a brief analogy. It's like when I go to information systems, or when I go to get help from one of the many experts in the district, where I don't have the knowledge that they do in that specific area. And I say, this is what I'm thinking I need. When we did our crucial concerns and policies for employees, went to information systems, and the director said, oh, well, I see what you're trying to do, but what if we did it like this? And it made total sense, and it was a lot better than what I had come with. And that's what I want architects to feel the freedom to do. This is our starting point, but then they can say, hey, we designed this building here and this, and that's why they're there. So I give that caution before I talk about some of the specific areas. But for example, we really like the tech atrium at Mountain Ridge. It's a larger tech atrium, and that could have a lot of multiple uses. We've talked about elements of the Valley High School design for classrooms. We've talked about Black Ridge and the classrooms at Black Ridge, kind of how they're laid out and how those pods combine. We've talked about having, and I know that this will send a shiver down some spines in some wall-less buildings, but we don't have any anymore, but maybe some walls that can open up so that rooms that may be used as classrooms now become a larger meeting space. So we've talked about versatile areas throughout that building that can be used in different ways. So that it could be used as a school, so that it could be used as a professional development center, so it could be used in a lot of different ways.
So we kind of concluded that we're somewhere between an elementary and a middle school.
So how many square?
Therefore, the budget is somewhere between an elementary and a middle school.
And how much was our last elementary?
Like off the top of my head, I can't remember, but you're going to be about 285 plus your design. So you almost need to figure close to $300 a square foot.
And how many square feet is an elementary?
They're about 75 is what we've been building. Our middle schools are in the 180, 190 range.
And how many square feet did you say for this?
100.
Roughly?
125.
Okay.
Typically on an SOQ, is when we've done it in the past, we'll just we'll just put a few items, like we want a minimum of 30 classrooms. Cafeteria, if it's a middle school, we want an auditorium. So we usually just give them some parameters of, this is kind of the minimum that we're looking at, and we'll usually give a budget number to it as well.
Classrooms are in Valley High School.
Was it 32 or 33?
Really like that idea. Because it doesn't have a huge gymnasium, and I understand that kids will need that space to run, but just trying to think of what the differences are between an elementary and a middle school. I feel like the Valley High School kind of fits into that, but needs maybe just a little bit more.
And again, Valley was one of the discussions, but about that range, we just need to give, on the SOQ, we just need to give, without stifling creativity, we need to give them a starting point. So our starting point that we talked about is somewhere between an elementary and a middle school.
So 100 to 125 square feet.
Yes, which is about 30,000 or 30,000, 35,000, or 30 million, 35 million.
And how does everyone feel about that?
It's a lot of money.
I would probably be okay with that range. I'm just trying to think of everything else that we've kind of done.
Yeah, there's a lot of, I mean, this is tough because
Well, number one, it's such an unknown.
yeah, we don't know what all goes into it. I guess my question is, why not make it the size of an elementary school with the potential to expand in the future?
We can start there. I mean, that would be a legitimate starting place. We just have to pick a starting point. And now that we've chosen the SOQ as the starting point, we've got to provide enough of a starting point for them to start generating those ideas.
So 75 to 125, too broad of a range? Square feet?
I think it is. It's too broad.
So again, I'll go on record, like, we are so messed up on this project. I mean, why wouldn't we go look at places and look what they did and look at the cost of their buildings? I mean, we are a total wreck on this whole, it's a great innovative idea that we lack the process totally. I mean, and I understand, I think it's the urgency of getting it done, but I would rather wait a whole nother year and bus people to other schools and do it right. But how can we decide a price when we don't even have a design? We haven't visited a school. We haven't talked to the community or people who will be teaching in it. And to me, it's, the process is all wrong here. But again, I'll vote no on this.
I'd like to give a broad enough range that all possibilities get explored.
See, and I would respond to that. The starting point is the architect has the brilliance. We go to the source of the brilliance, and I believe that's the architect. They're the ones that go around and know the buildings, and they're the ones that are creative.
But Bryce, there might even be a school that has a design that we don't even have to pay the architect. We pay the district for their plans.
But I would still want to hear from the expert in the field, in my opinion, is the architects that do this for a living.
But if we go and tour some schools, we might say, hey, I like this look. Why don't we talk to the architect that developed this, and maybe we can save the architectural fees. But
And I don't understand why this has to be one or the other. Why can't we do both? Can't we look at architect ideas and explore what's already been done?
Because we're trying to throw a...
Mr. Thomas.
Yeah, thank you. Again, I just want to try to separate the process a little bit. The SOQ is just very conceptual. You put it out to everybody, like Daryl's suggesting, and the only reason we went to Valley was because we're not trying to duplicate Valley. We went to Valley to tour it, to say, in our minds, this is the most flexible, non-traditional building that we have. So we just looked at it for ideas. We're not out to duplicate anything. I know in the facilities committee, there was a lot of discussion about being creative and providing lots of creativity behind this. On the cabinet level, there was a lot of, everybody in there is a former principal, so it just generated a lot of excitement, a lot of enthusiasm, a lot of great ideas. But again, separating the process, the SOQ just launches the concept. You go out to an architect and you say, like Dave said, we're looking at a minimum of 33 classrooms. We're looking at something in the 100,000 square foot range. We're looking for these features. And then that's what spurs the conversation and the creativity. That's what gets everybody going. Then all of those ideas come back. Then you get to look at them and kind of test drive them a little bit, and then make a decision on, now we launch into the design process.
And with those architects, if they have those goals, they'll tell us, and we
they
can go
will.
look at those goals. They can say, we're going to take a portion of this goal. We want you to come visit. And that's when we do.
They'll only get the bid if they have the best idea.
Why are we setting a fee up? I mean, to me, it's.
Because they have to have an idea of where to start.
But if they have the design already, I mean, that's going to affect it a lot.
But which
Might be
design? They've
portions
got
of
designs of
one.
every size.
I don't know.
I'd like to make a motion that we give between a $28 and $38 million price range.
Turn that into square feet for me.
75 to 125.
Is it 75?
No, if you're going higher, then it's 75 to
38
150.
38 is 125,000 square feet at $300 a square foot. 37.5.
And 28, what was the low end?
75.
28 million divided by 300. 93,000 square feet. So, and that's the flex space concept part of it, I think, yeah. So that would be my proposal.
I second.
May I add my 2 cents? That's all it's worth, I'm sure. I would like to maybe narrow the gap just a little bit and go the 100 to 125,
So 30 to
30 to 35,
30 to 37.
or whatever it is at that point, yeah. That's what I would like to propose, but
And I'd
it's already
like
been
to
proposed.
Yes,
so
I'd like to do the
I second.
opposite of expand it to make it like 25 to 38. Because I want all options explored. What's the downside? Is there a downside of having such a broad range?
Well, I think, once we get an architect on board, or right now, the construction has just been so fluid on prices, and as we get them on board, and as we get in the process of designing, I don't know if construction prices are we're talking about today's dollars. I don't know in 6 months from now, or
What it'll be.
9 months from now when we put it out to bid, if things are going to be flat, or if we're going to see, a 10% increase at that point. But they'll be able to help us with that as they explore what's recently been put out to bid.
Okay, we have
one that's 28 to
28 to 38.
One that's 30 to 38.
One that's 20.
You want to be 25
25 to 38. You were 37.
38, I guess. It was what it was at 125. Was that 38?
37-ish.
Probably stick in your range, Tracy.
I think you'll struggle getting an elementary sized 25. Yeah, I just don't see that happening. I think you're going to be closer to 30.
Well, I was
So
just
even
looking at more of the
28
square.
will-
So I was going off of square feet. I was wanting to look at 75 to 125 square feet. So if my dollar amount's off, then I can
Haven't
adjust
added
that.
them up, but I would guess you're going to be in the high 20s for an elementary school now.
Okay. it's square feet that I was shooting for. But so it sounds like the 300 per square feet's not the number I should be using?
Well, that's.
I know it's a
That's
guess.
the last number that I received. But like I say, it's very fluid at this point, and I don't know, we haven't seen anything going down.
We have an architect listening in that's been giving us some information, and he said that the DFCM is projecting a 13% construction cost inflection from 2021 to 2022. Yeah, so it's just, prices are just going up. But if you took something like an elementary that is about 80,000 square feet, and you were able to say, we'd like to see that on steroids and maybe beef it up a little bit and add some creative features, and you had it, around the 100,000 square foot, that's just a good number to say we can go a little above, a little below, and just kind of give some flexibility in terms of cost, depending, it's almost like the bid alternate idea that the board has been great to deal with. When we come up with a project, we kind of chop it up a little bit so that when it comes back, we can say, well, here's what you can get. Here are the add-ons and the takeoffs, and then still allows you to be creative and make those decisions.
That's where I'd like to be.
Yeah. Okay, Ms. George, did you have any input on this?
I'm comfortable right around there as well. As long as the architects understand that we've got some flexibility, I'd like to give them a range just so they kind of have a place to start.
Would that
So 100,000 feels good to me.
so Matt's recommendation of 28 to 38.
Yeah, and I can go with
Yeah,
that.
I could vote for that.
Yeah, I could too.
That's the motion on the table.
Did we get a second on that?
I did.
Okay, so motion for a range of 28 to 38 million. All in favor, please say yes.
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 Anyone opposed?
Me?
Okay, that passes 6-1. Okay, number 3.
Number 3 is the level of involvement how involved does the board want to be in the SOQ and the design process? Meaning, does every decision need to come to the board? Do you want the facilities committee to manage that process? I think, do we turn it 100% over to the superintendent and let his team? Is it a more, what level of involvement going forward is the board comfortable with as we begin fleshing out this SOQ and determining the winner, so to speak, which would mean their design?
Again, the question is just the SOQ design, not necessarily the whole process. Maybe that's a pattern of the whole process. I mean, if we're limited to board meetings and what's already on our agenda, our concern is for the board's time, but we want the board's input. So that's a major question we have is what role does the board play? What role does the committee play? What role does the staff play? We want everyone to feel like I can vote for my full involvement, knowing that there's the other side of that. The more the board does, the less we're going to be able to accomplish of other things. But I don't want any board member to say, this is a process I want to be involved in. That's our question to the board. What role does this board play in particularly the SOQ portion?
And remind me, the board doesn't typically do the SOQ portion. Although I remember doing it at one point in time. I don't.
We encourage and invite the board to participate in the SOQ process just because we value the input.
It wasn't very interesting to go through the process.
And was the SLQ process, if I remember correctly, when we started building all the buildings with the last bond, we had community members part of that process. Am I correct in stating that?
With the SOQ?
Not the SOQ.
No, okay.
No, once we selected an architect, then we started getting feedback from stakeholders that were selected by the board.
That's when they went over the process of rating it and everything like that.
Correct, yeah.
This is a project such as in prior years, we probably would have created a committee separate from facilities, separate from finance, maybe a member from each of those, maybe someone from the current school that will impact, maybe a community member or something like that. I think that ought to be created rather than, I think facilities has a lot on their plate otherwise.
Not anymore. Summer projects are done.
They just start next year's right now.
And again, we will get stakeholder input.
I would love to see like a committee created for this.
So the question right now is just the SOQ process, right?
That's our committee, right? That's our question right
Do
now.
we turn that to staff, or does any board want to be involved in that process?
My input would be that we just turn it over to staff. They've done it so many times, and they know how to do it. They know the process. Let them do it.
They're out in left field because I'm the...
Dr. Godfrey, what are your thoughts on this part of the process?
We could work with the board or a committee, but we are also prepared to take care of that process and bring a fully formed recommendation to the board. It is enticing to have the opportunity to bring a fully formed recommendation to the board, but I understand that since you are approving the money for that project, you may have an interest in that process, but we would get a lot of input, and I can promise you that it would be if you asked for us to just bring a recommendation, it would be informed by a lot of conversations with employees.
And we may end up with option C, as we do in every other.
Always do. We end up with option F. So Marilyn, are you
gonna make a motion?
I'll make the motion to turn the SOQ process to staff.
I second.
Okay, motion by Ms. Richards, second by Mr. Dunford to turn the SOQ process over to staff, or have staff complete the SOQ process. Discussion to that? Okay, all in favor, please say yes.
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 Anyone opposed?
Me.
Okay, that passes 6-1. Okay, number 4.
Number 4, if you look to board docs, there's a proposed timeline that in order to complete by the fall of 2024, so we just want to give the board a chance to look at that and see if there's any part of that that they have questions on, or if we can move with this tentative timeline. I guess some highlights of that would be the SOQ would be going out by the end of this week. The architectural firm would be chosen by the 26th. There'd be weekly design meetings from May to December. That's the part of the process where I would imagine we'd be getting input and feedback from a number of different stakeholders. The actual, and so, the board can put in some report points along the line where the facilities committee can come back and report the status. Here's where the design's looking like. If that's what the board would like, is a few, thinking of a roller coaster as, they have those kind of break points along the roller coaster where they slow you down. I don't know what those are called, but we can insert those into this process, but the ultimate decision to move forward with this wouldn't be until basically January of 2023. That's when we would be committing the funds to actually build the school.
Now, if you approve this, then this now becomes Facilities Committee marching orders to hold this board to this timeline. Doesn't mean it can't be adjusted, but we just would like to know if you're targeting a 2024 opening, then we relatively need to stick with this timeline. If the decision is, no, we're not going to target, we're not necessarily worried about a 2024 opening, we want to change the timeline, we're just looking for some direction from the board about, are you comfortable with this being our starting point for a timeline?
This timeline makes sense from a facilities perspective. My question is finance committee. At what point do we need finance to come back with a recommendation on how to fund it?
We don't think in terms of finance, we think in terms of facility.
I think in terms of the board. When does the board need to have that information from finance?
We've already been discussing it in our meetings. We've already been discussing it and have several options in mind. So
And do you know
we
when you're
can
going to
br-
bring that to us?
Well, when you want that, we'll bring it.
We can't bring it before we know
That's right.
what the cost is.
Well, we can give ideas, yes, options.
You can give us a financial timeline. Would we have the funds in 2023? Would we have the funds in 2024? Nope, we won't have the funds until 2025. That totally changes the facility timeline if you say we won't have the funds until this year.
Depends how we're funded.
That's a finance question.
Yep. We'll bring a timeline to next meeting.
Great.
Okay, I think that'd be great. Thank
So
you.
then I would propose, my motion, President, my motion is that we approve this timeline pending a finance committee proposal that may or may not alter this timeline.
Yep, that's good.
Make an amendment to your motion that we add the May through December committee community outreach, something, community feedback between May and
Stakeholder
December.
feedback?
Stakeholder, that's what I'm looking
feedback.
for,
You want
sorry.
to you want to put that on the timeline. That's totally fine. That's an
I think
addendum.
that would help some board members.
Or just add it to the sentence,
Yeah.
like saying,
Yep.
yeah.
Okay.
I'm fine with that, but just stakeholder input.
When is the feedback?
Yeah, I would just have a bullet, so another bullet that
I'm in
says
between
stakeholder
May-
input.
May 2nd and
December.
Not
December.
until May?
May-
Well,
And board members also being one of those stakeholders.
Yes. So I would propose that as a single motion. Combine the two. The motion is to move forward with this timeline pending a proposal from Finance Committee that may or may not alter that timeline, and with the addition of the May 2nd to December 12th sentence to include stakeholders.
May I add something there really quick? We do have a March 31st for the SOQ, so that would have to be kind of exempt.
Right. So my motion was that it would be altered. Well, it could not be altered retroly.
Right.
So if we approve this timeline, March 31st, we would not hear from the Finance Committee before March 31st.
Right, so that's gotta be, yeah.
Okay, everyone in favor of approving this?
Did we get a second?
Matt
We
seconded.
did get a second from Matt.
Yeah, I'll just go on record that, again, like, I love the idea. I hate the process. I think waiting till May to get public input is wrong. I vote no again. Again, I'm not voting against the idea. I'm not voting against Facilities Committee. I don't want them to hold my decisions personal. I think that this is innovative. I struggle with the process. So I'll vote no.
Okay, so the motion is to approve this timeline pending information back from Finance Committee and potential tweaking that accordingly. And then in addition to adding stakeholder input May through December. All in favor, please say yes.
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 Anyone opposed?
Me.
Okay, that passes 6-1.
Finally, I guess there was a fifth item. Given the constraints on this particular school, and now this timeline, we are going to be required to look at some temporary boundary changes for the 23-24 school year. So is the board ready to give direction to Dr. Godfrey to begin exploring those boundary changes to fit within the required time frame that we have now for boundary changes?
Which by law has changed.
Yes. We talked about this last meeting also, right?
Correct.
But we didn't move forward on it because that was all contingent on our decision here, whether that would be a short-term type solution or if we needed to look at more long-term. So are we comfortable giving direction to staff to move forward with exploring those boundary change options to get us through a year?
Found something I could support. I think that should take place now.
So make a motion, Daryl. Make a
I'll
motion.
make a motion that we instruct staff to start looking for future boundary changes, temporary boundary changes.
Options, yeah.
Options for future boundary changes. Bring it back to the board.
Options and timeline.
Options and timeline.
That meet the state requirements.
And could that include options that may not result in a boundary change, but could help with temporary housing?
Right.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I second that.
Be innovative and creative.
Okay, so motion, and we have a second.
Can I do some talking points on this before we vote?
Yes.
So one of my frustrating things also, and maybe we go back and maybe we don't, but we created this whole continuum of housing, and at what point, should we look at early bird, later gator? Should we look at, double sessions? And we spent a lot of time on this continuum and never went back to it. And in this discussion. And we're doing the same thing with like closing schools. We're spending a lot of time on this continuum, but are we going to use these tools or we're not going to use these tools? And so I just made that as a statement. I don't know if we need to explore those things or not. Again, where we're ending up is a great decision. I just wondered why we spent all these things in these processes and then we're not using what we had set up. But that's my statement.
Okay, any other discussion to the motion? All right, so we have a motion to direct Dr. Godfrey to explore temporary options, boundary changes, or other options, and bring those back along with the timeline to the board. All in favor, please say yes.
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 Yes. Ms. George?
Yes.
Okay. So anyone opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously. Okay, anything else on this discussion item? Thank you. Appreciate your work on that. Our next item is an update on board priorities, on challenges board members would like to solve. Just as a reminder, back the 1st of January as a board, we discussed challenges that we would like to solve this year. We have a great list, and we identified our top 3. All 3 were items that we gave to Superintendent Godfrey to consider and bring us back a report. And those were, what can we take off the plate of our educators, how to deal with staff shortages, and what are the resources needed to be who we want to be. So tonight we will have a presentation by Dr. Godfrey in which he will bring us back options. As a board, it's we've asked, I don't want to say the sky's the limit, but we've asked, bring us back ideas. Not that we can do all of these, but we want to know what you could do if we wanted to, in order to solve some of the challenges.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the board's process in developing this list of priorities and in giving me the opportunity to develop a plan for addressing those concerns. I share your concerns and your priorities. I think you've hit the mark with your request, and I think there's a lot of overlap on these first 3 priorities. There's a lot to address right now, and it's been a tough year. It's been a tough year for everybody. It's been the hardest year for most people that you talk to. And I think it's because it follows so many difficult years, and there's a cumulative difficulty that everyone is experiencing, regardless of their role in the district. So when I looked at analyzing what resources we need to be the district that we want to be, we want to be a district that's focused on learning. We want to be a district that's focused on the health and wellness of employees and students. We want to have supportive measures in place so that students are prepared to learn and that employees have the support they need to do their job at maximum effectiveness. When I met with students in the teacher education program, they asked me kind of what my focus is in my job. And it's really helping support people to be at their best. Because we have great people in this district, throughout this district. Great families, great students, incredible employees. So I want to put those measures in place and the supports in place that allow them to be at their best. And taking great care of our employees means that we've taken great care of our students in return. So I've heard a lot of concerns, as you have. There are concerns about student behavior. There are concerns about, I know we don't want deficit thinking, but there has been a delay to learning. There's been a delay to development, I think, because students haven't had those experiences that you normally have. If you look at how much you changed, or people in your life changed from 5th grade to 7th grade, imagine that impacted by COVID. From being a 9th grader to a junior, from being a kindergartner to a 2nd grader. Those are big changes, but they've happened under far less than ideal circumstances, and there is a ripple effect that comes from that. As we found difficulty staffing, I think we've seen the value of support staff. And as I looked at needs across the district, what I wanted to do is focus on providing the support that we need to take on the tasks that are required. There's more expected of schools from society, but there is also more needed. Families and students and employees need more than ever because of the difficult circumstances we've come through. So I've focused on that support as I look at these options. Number 3 is really the main focus, but there is significant overlap in number 2 and number 1. Number 1 with the staff that I propose, it takes a lot of things off of your plate if you're an employee, because there's someone there to help with things that keep getting heaped onto your plate. There's someone there to take the load. And not just take the load once there's a problem, but to help provide support and have students prepared to learn, prepared to be successful, because we've taken an active role in creating an environment where they're ready. That's my motto of be curious, be intentional, be united. That's the intentional part, that we're very focused on specific needs. I would also say that this isn't done lightly. I've had a lot of conversations that have informed this. It's really informed by my entire time as superintendent, a lot of feedback that I've sought and received. And it also does not include salary and benefits. That's negotiations, that's in closed session, that's a process that has started, or will start soon, rather. So anyone who's listening or watching, that's not a component of what I'm asking for right now. This isn't the forum for that. There are formal processes in place for that. So salary and benefits are not part of that discussion. And as more demands are made on us as a district and as schools, and as there are more needs there than ever before, I don't want those needs to fall continually on the shoulders of teachers. And I think that's what happens unless we have folks in place to help shoulder that burden. So the positions that I'm talking about help alleviate what teachers are faced with in a classroom, but it also helps alleviate our ESPs and our administrators who are doing their very best to help manage things. I hear a lot of concern from teachers for support staff, for administrators, for those at the school level who don't have the help that they need, but are doing their very best. Almost every single one of these ideas, if not every idea, has been piloted in some form in our district already and has been shown to be very successful. So we've tried these things and they've worked. And we have great systems in place and great systems of support to help make any employees that we add successful, because they have support in place and there's a structure in place to help them, as I said, be at their best. I did not shoot for the stars. It's not a small ask, but I didn't shoot for the stars like, okay, let's buy Disneyland and send employees there to refresh. I went for the things that I know we need. I'm requesting the things that I know would make a huge impact. And although it may seem like there's a narrow focus for a position, I've always looked for positions that will have broad impact. Where if that job is done well with enough people there, and that's what I mean by well, it's that there's enough staff, then the support will be felt at a level where it has not been, no matter how hard you work. And that it will be broad impact. The proposal doesn't take into account the fact that it may take us some time to find qualified candidates. I'm not interested in hiring someone who's not going to do a great job. We're very careful about that. But I also am interested in this being a movement, this being a surge, this being a sea change in the way that we operate. I think that will draw people to our district. because a lot of my proposals will directly improve the quality of life for employees at the school level. And I think that will be a big draw, and it will send a message about who we are. And so I think if we launch that and we just say, we're going to hire as many qualified candidates as we can, as soon as we can, rather than phasing things in, then we draw people to our district because of who we are and what's important to us. I welcome any questions along the way, of course. That's an important part of this. I've broken it down by level. The vast majority of my requests would directly impact schools. I've broken it down by elementary level, middle level, high school, all schools, other, and then ESSER, which would be a continuation of ESSER. When we get to ESSER, nobody's, in any of these categories, nobody's job is at risk. Nobody should read into this, well, wait, if this isn't funded, what does this mean? Because if there isn't additional funding, then there's a shuffle that takes place. The total cost, I want to put this into perspective, because one of the things that we hear a lot is about class size. Now, we don't allocate for class size, we allocate for staffing ratio. So for each certain number of students, a teacher is assigned based on the grade level. This entire proposal, if the amount of money that is required to cover this entire proposal were just applied to staffing ratios, it would lower the staffing ratio by 1.5 students per class. So if you think about the impact, the bang for the buck, I'm looking for bang for the buck. I'm looking for impact, because if you have great support, then a class can be managed in a different way. I also don't want anyone to feel that I'm diminishing anyone's role or that I'm not addressing something. I welcome feedback if there's something I'm missing, or if in my explanation I don't hit the mark on your experience. So, without further preparation for what is to come, let's go to the next slide. At the elementary level, 42 counselors. That would be one for each elementary. Now, what that means is that you have the equivalent of one per elementary. That may mean that some of the very largest elementary schools need 1.5 and some of the smallest need a 0.5. An elementary counseling program, you saw the excellent leaders we have within our counseling group. There's great support in place, but this number includes additional support, so that there would be 3 counselors at the district level supporting the work of counselors throughout the district, and it would be a K-12 model. We've had a great deal of success with counselors that we already have at the elementary level. And this would be by design that we would implement this program. What's beautiful is that there is a great deal of intentionality with our secondary counselors right now. Tracking of time with students. And so I feel very, very confident adding funds to a program where we get so much bang for the buck. And at the elementary level, counselors become a tier 1 support for students, where there's active instruction with students on how to manage conflict, how to manage difficulties, to prevent bullying, on behaviors, preparedness for the classroom, and preparedness to have positive interactions with peers and with adults. And built into this would be regular support, because we're implementing something new, not something we haven't done at all, but something new on a grand scale. And I have complete confidence that having a counselor in each elementary school, the equivalent of that, would have a tremendous positive impact on the day-to-day life of every employee in that building and every student in that building. We'd be very deliberate and intentional about training, about supports, and about direct instruction that helps solve problems. I've talked with elementary principals who already have this in place, and it's a game changer. And if we just launched it on this scale, it's something no one else has done. No one else has done this. But this is where we have students prepared for middle school, prepared to have a great experience at the elementary level, and everything follows from that. That's what I'm talking about, a wave, just saying this is who we are now. At the elementary level, assistant principals for schools 600 plus, adding 14.5, which would mean that there's a full-time assistant principal at every school that has 600 students or more, and a half-time at every school that has fewer than 600.
So 1.5 assistant principals.
One assistant principal, a full-time assistant principal.
Right, and another half for the 600 plus. Is that
No.
what this says?
I'm sorry.
Forgive
That
me.
if we added 14.5 assistant principals at the elementary level,
Right.
that would mean that every school that has 600 students or more would have a full-time assistant principal. Now again, it's the equivalent, because then once we have that FTE, then we would decide how that's allocated, because I think whether you have support classrooms or other determining factors, that just with that FTE, then we can create a formula for allocating that. And the head administrative assistant, just an additional week in the summer that's flexible for them to be responsive to those needs over the summer. That's something that's been needed for a long time. Should I just continue and then we can answer questions at the end? So then at the middle level, we have a part-time social worker for each middle school. It's made a tremendous impact. $600,000 plus grants that we have available to us would put us at a full-time social worker for each middle school. 3 administrative interns at the middle level would mean that any school with 1,200 students or more could get a half-time intern to help offset just the sheer management of large numbers of students. We have currently 2 part-time hall monitors at each middle school. $400,000 would allow one of those positions to be converted to a full-time benefited position. That would be that would be a position we'd advertise for. And then 6 additional counselors means that we would probably divide that up into 12 half-counselor positions. So if a school has 3.5 allocation, then maybe we can bump that up to a 4. So we do 6 additional, but then those are allocated based on a formula and based on need. If we go to the high school, we have a 25-hour camp and clinic secretary that or administrative assistant that we added some years ago, and that has just taken off. And so to help manage that helps a lot of ESP if there's additional help right at that spot, and it helps faculty who are involved in that. Camp and clinic covers when you want to do a summer AP art, AP European history event. So it's not just athletics and activities, it's predominantly athletics and activities, but that would provide a lot of support. Full-time administrative intern at each comprehensive high school, $700,000. So what that means is that there's additional support at every high school. Now, as part of that, we would ask that there would be some additional trainings and support to be sure that we, now that we would have additional manpower, would have a school plan for addressing behavior, preparedness, because I know that's a concern at all levels. So for elementary, middle, and high, it allows us for additional engagement with students and support of students and enforcement when there is a problem. So engagement and enforcement at all three levels. Okay, now these are rounded up because we want to create a cushion to be sure that we're not underselling how much any of this would cost. Okay, let's go to all schools. $1 million of teacher cushion. What does that mean? Sounds like something for a health and wellness room. But a teacher cushion means that that's a cushion for FTE. So that $1 million allows us to say, hey, this fifth grade unexpectedly grew and now we've got 35 kids in each of those classes. We can add a teacher. It gives us some additional flexibility. We have some flexibility built in already, but it gives us additional flexibility to meet class size needs, to address class size problems as they emerge. Our enrollment is less predictable than it's ever been, despite just COVID has made that difficult to predict. So as I stated at the beginning, it's very expensive to broadly address all class sizes. But this allows us to be laser focused on problems as they emerge and gives us some resources to do that as those problems pop up. Other. A diversity, equity, and inclusion officer. This is something that many other districts already have in place. It's something that was ordered at Davis after problems had emerged. So this is a preventive measure. It would also cover a lot of other federal compliance. Employee wellness, $400,000. There are lots of things we're exploring there. Expanding mental health options. We're looking at a lot of different ways that can be accessed, and $400,000 would give us a lot of opportunities there. Camera technicians, $400,000 is a high request because that's over time with the possibility that schools add cameras to the classroom. We don't want to be caught without the proper support to make sure we're making the most of that and that the equipment is maintained as it needs to be. Network and programming, we have 2 positions that we really need to add in information systems to provide support to our network and to meet our programming needs. An assistant transportation director, we have 300 employees in the transportation department, and if you think about the logistics and the way that has grown, it's really incredible that there's one administrator over that large of a group. CDL required, just in case anyone's wondering. Parent communication program, there are various apps, and I don't want to name any in particular, but I'm worried about making sure that we are intentional about reaching out and engaging with our parents. And Skyward does that, but there are ways to make that more convenient, to update that. There are apps and programs that allow that to be updated every night in connecting with Skyward. So you say to yourself, well, Skyward already does this. Why would we need something else? If you've used PayPal and Venmo, that's my example. Venmo and PayPal are owned by the same company, but Venmo is the app. It's quick. It's user-friendly, whereas PayPal feels like a bigger job. It feels clunkier. And I think there's value in looking for a Venmo type tool to communicate as opposed to a PayPal type tool. There are programs that will allow teachers to text message parents without sharing their own cell number. And they can even message students through a system that makes sure that that is appropriate. So that's a safety measure. It's a way to reach out to parents effectively. And I feel like we need to do something very deliberate to be sure that we're engaging parents. Behavior specialists, that would be 4 behavior specialists that can help provide additional support throughout our schools. I put that as other because they wouldn't just serve one school, but I think that would be a huge boost. And then position control. Position control means that you hire someone to audit all of the staffing within an organization. If I'm using the term audit too loosely, John, correct me. I know there's a wide range of definitions, but essentially you make sure that no one hires a position for which they don't actually have funding, and that all of those positions come out of the right fund. And with more funds at the school level used for staffing, a close associate of mine thinks that this would pay for itself the first time they found an error. And it would give me some comfort to know that we're on top of that, and we have someone doing that, maybe a few other things, but with that being their primary focus. That's not to take away from the efforts that are already made, but it is a complex process like it never has been before.
Is that an accounting position or an HR position?
I think it's kind of a
That
blend
makes all
of.
the difference.
I would view it more as an accounting position.
Well, then, there you go.
But with close. If I'm reading body language right, I think it's an accounting position.
Accounting position in HR.
But yeah, you bridge the two. It would be a lot of conversation between the two, but I would feel really good about having that in place. And I think what that does is it allows us to maximize the resources we have in place and be sure that they're used appropriately. Okay, let's hit the next one. ESSER. We are currently paying for the BARC program and someone to monitor the BARC program out of ESSER. And what that means is that's monitoring student electronic communications. We've saved lives. Period.
So we're currently paying for it out of ESSER?
Yes.
And so this is a proposal to continue paying for it out of ESSER?
No, these are the things paid for out of ESSER that ultimately we would need to take over paying for once ESSER runs out.
Got it.
So thank you for that clarification.
Okay.
Elementary administrative interns, we're currently taking 4 administrative interns out of ESSER. I'd like to be able to continue to do that once ESSER is gone. So this means we can do this for 2 more years out of ESSER, and down the line we would want to continue this.
2 more academic years?
2 more academic years beyond this one. 2.5, right? John, tell me. John, 2 more academic years after this one. And then school support from teaching and learning, about $400,000 worth of support that's being provided. That's in personnel. And I'll reemphasize, we'll find space for these however we need to, but these are the things being paid out of ESSER that will need to be ongoing that are using one-time funds. Okay, so this is the grand total. For schools, 10.7 million. Other, 2.1. ESSER is 1 million for 13.8 million. Now, that means that
Clap.
You can clap. that will put us in really good shape for a long time. Because I'm always going to be evaluating positions as people leave. I'm always going to be looking for ways to become more efficient. I'm always going to be looking for ways to maximize the resources we have. This propels us forward and gives us momentum for a long time to come. It focuses on health and wellness. It focuses on learning. It focuses on preparedness. It focuses on employee, student, and family quality of life. Makes you want to come to work with these resources in place. Makes you want to come to school and learn with these resources in place. Makes you feel welcome and supported and ready to go. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to put this together and to present it to you. It's an honor.
Thank you.
Years ago, we asked you if you knew where the levers were. Are there any levers left after this?
There are always more levers.
But are these the ones you dreamed of pulling?
There are no more levers right here that I keep reaching for and trying not to pull because I don't have the resources or the authority to pull.
That's the answer I want.
But are there always levers? There's always a way to get better. There's always the next thing. Absolutely, we're never going to arrive. But wow, this is the flywheel. This is propelling us forward. This is setting a course that will produce incredible results for a long time to come.
This is great. I mean, this ups us so much as a board. Identify, I mean, here's our priority, but here's how we can accomplish that.
Once again, this is amazing. Thank you. Can I ask an unrelated kind of question? I always get asked why we have a 17 and 25-hour aids and why they can't extend those hours. And I don't exactly know, is that a federal thing? Is that our district thing? How do I answer that question?
17-hour aids have been around these many years, and I don't know why it was ever set at 17.
That's
It's some formula of something in the past. 25 gives you buffer before you get to 30, because beyond 30, then you qualify for benefits. As part of negotiations, I want to talk about whether we could look beyond 17 and 25 hours for certain positions as a means of drawing people to them. There's an expense associated with that, but we've piloted that too, and that's a way to draw people to positions, and that's partially why you see that's part of my plan is to move some part-time positions to full-time positions.
Because we've got great people that would be willing to do it.
We have great people.
Now, is the 30 hours, is that us that have set that benefits come at 30, or is that a federal thing, or why does benefits kick in at a certain point?
I'll let Paula answer that. It's not us.
It's not us. I'll just leave it at that. It's various laws, employment laws.
I think I know who it was. But okay, thanks. That's helpful, very helpful. Thank you. By the way, this is awesome.
It is very awesome and very thorough. I appreciate it a lot. I can see very clearly how it fits with our number 3 goal. Can you kind of just expand a little bit on how it solves 1 and 2?
Sure. John, would you go back to the elementary page? I'll try not to double the length of time I've already spent, but it goes back to the quality of life thing. If you came to work in a school that doesn't have the support staff, then it makes it really hard to do your job. But if you have a counselor in your elementary school, a full-time counselor, and other districts don't have that, then you say to yourself, I'm going to have the help. My students are going to be prepared. I'm not going to be responsible to try to talk them through a bullying situation. We've got someone who can help with that. We had an elementary principal who had a 6th grade bullying issue that had been ongoing. He comes in, the counselor comes in, spends an hour with this group. Intentional strategies, conversation about seeing things from another's viewpoint. Solved. Problem solved. Next thing you know, that principal is contacting Stacy Worthen. How do I hire a counselor? Because they see the positive impact. So let's go back to the goals, if we can. So what can we take off the plate? I don't have to feel the responsibility to manage all of those problems in the classroom. I've got someone I can pull in and say, I've got a problem. I'm teaching reading. Can you help manage this issue? But beyond that, earlier in the year, the kids have been taught, so the problem doesn't happen in the first place. So now it doesn't feel like I have to solve all these other problems that I don't have the time to take care of. How do we solve staff shortages? Some of that will come in the pay and benefits that we talk about in negotiations. But staff shortages change when you realize, do I want to teach and make a little bit more in another district where I don't have these levels of support? Or do I want to come to a district where I know I've got all these different levels of support? A coach, a full-time assistant principal, a full-time counselor, a full-time school psychologist who are going to help support me in my position. I think that's going to draw a lot of people. And to the point that board members have made earlier in other meetings, we need to shout it from the rooftops. I need to get it tattooed on my forehead so everyone I talk to sees it. People need to know what we have available in Jordan District and why you want to be here. So part of it is communicating all of this, but that's a place where people want to work. People choose to work in places where they feel effective, where they feel supported, where they feel safe, and that's what this is going to create. And it takes things off your plate when you don't have those problems to solve because we've taken care of them through the engagement in advance, or when they do pop up, we solve them through enforcement when it's necessary because we've got the staff to do that.
Okay, I'm just going to go on a little further. And I appreciate all of that, and all of it is true. All of it is very true. What about the naysayers who say, oh, they just hired a bunch more at the district?
Vast majority of this is right at the school level. That was intentional. So when they say that, you can say, that's actually not accurate. When we put these preventive measures in place, it's a fence at the top of the cliff instead of an ambulance at the bottom of the cliff. Now, we do add some ambulances because things do happen, but there's a lot of fencing that comes with this plan as well. But the vast majority of it is at the school level. That's on purpose.
Can you send us that PowerPoint?
Yeah, it's now posted. Thank you. Great questions. It allows, when there are more people there to do the jobs that are needed, everyone can do the job that they're assigned to do, as opposed to also trying to take on other roles and other needs that would otherwise be inadequately addressed if we don't have the people in place that we need.
Can I ask one more question?
Sure.
Seems to be a labor shortage. Are we confident we can find people?
we may not fill all these positions right away, but if we have if we're authorized to do that, we do a huge push. Let me, as an example, would you want to be an assistant principal and I use a lot of elementary examples here, but would you want to be an assistant principal in a district where you're split between two schools, or where you're able to focus on one school? Would you like to be a counselor where you don't have a choice of level, or would you like to be a counselor where you could be part of a K-12 system and have incredible support where you're not out on your own?
You're also looking for the time ability to make good decisions instead of just fill everything up.
Absolutely. But if we have the authority to put things in place, the sooner we have that authority, we're not just going to say, hey, we have some openings. We're going to say, this is part of a movement. We are shifting who we are. Do you want to be part of that? Do you want a job that is hard to find in any other district? Do you want a situation that's hard to find in any other district? Do you want a level of support to do your job well that is difficult to find in any other district? Then we hire all the great candidates we can possibly get as part of that. And then the word of mouth spreads. Hey, I really do get the support. Hey, they really do mean what they say. You gotta come over. That's what I see happening. And I see that happening because of the great leadership that we have in place to help provide that support.
To me, this is exactly what at least I wanted when we hired you, is come up with innovative ways that we can become a leader and different in a very positive way throughout the state. And I think that this will help us lead it out. I think it also many probably follow, and I think this changes education as a whole. So I applaud you for that.
All right, well, we have our work cut out for us as we begin this process to start preparing our upcoming budget. This is great information to have, and our next step is determining what we have the budget for. Thank you so much, Dr. Godfrey.
That not only went over the fence, that went out of the ballpark.
Thank you. And thanks to all those who helped me think this through.
And we'll just reiterate once again that we really do think we have the best superintendent in the state. Thank you. Okay, we are at the end of our general session. Thank you to all those who have joined us tonight, and the few listening online still. Yes.
Bless you, go to bed.
I'll now take a motion to go into closed session for character and competence of individuals, property, potential litigation, and negotiations.
I'll make a motion that we go into closed session for character and competence of individuals, property, potential litigation, and negotiations.
I'll second.
Motion by Ms. Atwood, second by Mr. Robinson to go into closed session. All in favor, please say yes.
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 Anyone opposed? All right, thank you.
Nikki, was that a yes?
Yes.
It sounded, yeah.
Sorry, y'all.